Good morning to all those tuning in from your homes and your offices. Welcome to the Star Wealth Summit 2021 live virtual conference. We hope you and your loved ones are staying well, safe, and healthy despite the global pandemic. It is tough times indeed. Whether you're joining us via Zoom, Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube, we'd like to thank you for joining us this morning. My name is Natalie Hussein, and I am your host for this two-day conference. The Star Wealth Summit 2021 is held in conjunction with Star Media Group's 50th anniversary. That's right. In its mission to enrich lives, cultivate strong communities, and drive progress across all touchpoints, it's evolved into Star Media Group, a multimedia organization and a formidable force to be reckoned with. Now, before we get into the thick of it, on behalf of Star Media Group, I'd like to give a special shout out to all the sponsors and partners who've made this event possible. Starting with our exclusive platinum partner, Kenanga Investors Berhad, silver partner, CTOS Digital Berhad, as well as our knowledge partners at PwC Malaysia, Deloitte Malaysia, Radar Institute, and Financial Planning Association of Malaysia. Now let's cut to it. The COVID-19 outbreak has negatively impacted the global and Malaysian economic output, right? Financial activities were hampered and faced with unparalleled levels of risk. And as consumers, it's important to consider the big picture, especially when we're planning and managing our financial health to make well and informed choices. Now, whether you're a fresh grad saving for your master's or a couple planning for your retirement, wealth management is needed. The Star Wealth Summit will see 2 days of 5 different thematic tracks: banking and finance, insurance, real estate, asset management, and investing and taxes by more than 30 industry experts. You heard that right. To learn more about the summit and speakers, scan the QR code at the bottom right of the screen, or you can also log on to bit.ly/StarWealthSummit21. On a more festive note, attendees stand a chance to win a 2,000 ringgit cash prize. All you need to do is stay till the end of the 2-day summit and scan the QR code at the bottom left to answer 3 simple questions. Winners will be announced on day 2, aka tomorrow, of the conference at 12:30 p.m. So stick with us. Also, the first 1,000 attendees are entitled for free CTOS credit score. Our events crew will be contacting you separately at the end of the event at your registered email address or even your mobile phone for redemption. So before we get into it with our industry experts, a little bit of housekeeping. I'm sure we're all too familiar with online events by now. As much as we strive to provide top quality production for all our events, some things are just beyond our control. So please bear with us should we experience any technical glitches or difficulties. If you need any assistance, feel free to contact our events squad at events@thestar.com.my. And if you have any questions for our speakers, if you're a Zoom viewer, you may post it in the chat box, or if you're a viewer on Facebook, YouTube, or LinkedIn, you may also post it in the comment section. Last and most importantly, please enjoy yourself, engage, learn, and enjoy. And do take notes if what you're learning is indeed insightful and helpful to you. Now, our keynote speaker started his career as an investment analyst with a regional research and advisory firm, where he obtained vast regional exposure in Hong Kong, Philippines, Dubai, and Singapore. With 25 years of experience and several leadership roles regionally and locally, it gives me great pleasure to welcome Ismitz Matthew D. Alwis, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of Kenanga Investors Berhad. Take it away.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the Star Wealth Summit 2021, the future of wealth management. I'm encouraged to see the participants gather here today to enrich yourself further in the lineup of esteemed speakers. The organizer, the STAR team, have prepared a diverse lineup of field of experts and financial practitioners today to help you on your journey to financial competency. They have carefully selected these experts from all areas of financial services to provide participants opinion of varying experience and expertise from banking and finance, insurance, real estate, asset management, investment, and taxes. I am speaking to everyone digitally today due to the social distancing measures whilst continuing to promote the relevance of effective financial planning, not only for retirement, but managing your wealth sustainably. As you may have already known, the COVID-19 pandemic has shown the importance of financial security. Everyday folks have started to place greater importance on their financial stability before and after retirement. People are looking for better and more efficient methods of diversifying their portfolios beyond traditional methods. Thus, as financial practitioners, we are encouraged to update and enhance our expertise to match the growing pace of financial services industry in Malaysia. The financial services approach has transformed over the years from a product-based approach to a holistic, need-based approach. People are not looking for someone to sell them a product, but to be attentive and diligent advisors who are willing to place their clients' needs above their own self-interest. Today, financial planning encompasses an individual's entire life plan. A holistic, well-structured life plan can help an investor to solidify their financial footing to prepare for any unpredictability or volatility in the market. From a survey conducted, Malaysia prefer to retire early. Point to ponder, can most of us do that? Concept of dead money is an important issue. How do you ensure you do not outlive your money? That is, how to make sure that your money does not run out before end of life. Looking at this slide, accumulating for 35 years on average, which are called the earning years, and leaving it for the next 25 years. Think about it. Are you ready for it? Or are you going to be like the couple having their plans extended? In short, the three retirement problems are, or in any financial management, the ASS. I won't pronounce it. The A, will it be adequate? Can you depend on it? S, is it sufficient? Will you outlive it? And the final S, sustainability, or is it after inflation adjusted? Is it sustainable? Allow me today to cover some myth of retirements and common phrase, or should I say, excuses that we commonly hear from many investors or consumer alike. The first myth, my EPF will be enough for my retirement. No, your EPF funds alone may not be enough to replace your earned income to maintain your retirement lifestyle, adjust for inflation, and ensure that you do not outlive your money, even though you are in the top 1% saver. That too, you may need to shed your spending tremendously. A survey done many years ago, and it still stands. 85% of EPF contributors have less than 100,000 in their accounts. An average 70% of EPF members finish the saving within 3 years or through monthly withdrawal scheme. Now, with life expectancy for Malaysian male at about 74 years and female at 78, there is an average of post-retirement of over 15 years. People are bound to live longer. This is further fueled by rising medical costs, and for many, we are seeing now with deferred financial planning, education expenses are coming in at tail end of employment life or near retirement. Basically means that as you are nearing retirement, is where your child, for many we are seeing the child just only going to university. With the rising education costs on average of 10 to 15% or more, this is outpacing inflation and our income growth. Insufficient insurance coverage or protection also compound the matter further. On the next slide, you can see how much do you need for a comfortable retirement. This table merely shows cash requirement, but what about others unexpected expenses? Can you live with 3,000 a month? Especially in Glen Valley, think about it. Taking a look at the next slide, medical expenses today and expected 20 years down the road. Are you prepared? A simple, or should I say, a cataract today is about 3,500 to 5,000 on average, will potentially cost you 24 to 34,000 in 20 years to come. Scary, right? Find out more from our insurance industry panel lab for more insight on what you can do to mitigate and protect yourself. Food are not getting cheaper. For many, a plate of chicken rice at ringgit 150 seems like a long time ago. Just a couple of weeks back, my wife was longing for those pre-packed daun pisang simple nasi lemak. She ordered 4 packets from roadside store in Bandar Utama and was preparing to pay. And she was told it was 6 ringgit, which is 150 a packet. She was shocked. Anyway, she still thinks it was 50 cents like those days. Now, you all know who does the marketing at home. Food prices will rise and it will continue to rise. Another thing that we are seeing is how prepared are you for unexpected event like the pandemic or now the common word climate change. Another common phrase we hear, I don't earn enough to save for retirement. Saving for retirement requires allocating a portion of current consumption for future retirement spending. Make it affordable by saving regularly for retirement first before spending the rest. High cost of living is one of the main challenges for saving for retirement, and about 50% goes to living expenses in a survey conducted. The last couple of years, from the government, the regulators, and private sector, all have been promoting financial literacy and good financial planning. As the statistics are alarming, and with the rising debt level, this may become a potential social issue. So the need to start early, it all takes and all starts at home and early education. Next, it's too early to start saving for retirement. Starting early makes it easier and affordable to save and invest for your retirement. Make time and the magic of compounding work for you. Speaking to retirees, 63% of retirees say that starting early at an early age is the best financial advice they ever receive. So start and plan early for your retirement and unexpected event. The challenge gets bigger the later you start. It's never too early or too late. A fast diminishing Asian cultural belief. My children will take care of me. Your children may not be in a position to provide retirement income for you, as they are also financial commitment of their own. A survey done, 50% retired, but still funding for the next generation, which is their children. The fact is that our children will have their own financial obligation and challenges. In one of the surveys done years back, is that one of the life events that affects our retirement planning is mortgage. 48% indicated that buying a home has affected their ability to save for retirement. Now, in this regards, you need to plan and start early. Also, buying a piece of real estate is not like buying groceries. Do your research, make an informed decision. Also, discipline. On the financing aspect, we also notice many do refinance to enjoy the price appreciation. Enjoying the price appreciation at the cost of extending your financing period. So in this Wealth Summit, we too have experts from the real estate industry to share their thoughts. So I'll leave it to the panel session for you to find out more about having real estates in your portfolio. Last but not least, a very common phrase that we hear, I can continue to work after I retire. Now, continuing to work, choosing to work is one thing, having to work and being employable is another. It's about retirement living and not having to work in retirement. We all deserve to enjoy our retirement life after working hard all these years. So, what's next? Whichever age group you are in, be it 20s, your 30s, your 40s, or even 50s, it is never too late. If you're in your 30s, for example, continue to hack away the debts. Reassess your insurance needs and start to do your retirement and wealth planning. Or if you think if you're in your 50s and it's too late, you need to turbocharge your retirement savings, reducing expenses, and you need to evaluate your retirement plan. And more importantly, you need to bulk up on your emergency savings. The current product-centric in the wealth management industry, or the current state, has revolved and continued to change. From just bank products, or solely only insurance, or just unit trust. Product-centric intermediaries are transiting themselves to embark in financial planning. And many of us are also encouraging practicing financial planners to further deepen their relationship with their clients. Similarly, the holistic need-based approach and do seek a piece of well-rounded advice. Our advice, or my advice, speak to financial advisors that propose a diverse range of financial advice when engaging with you, just not product push. The reason is that different people have different needs and requirements. Clients are looking for customized solutions that can fit into their lifestyle. As a client, you deserve an optimal experience, from a transaction-based to an advice-based. If you are a financial advisor attending today's summit, I urge you to start upskilling your soft skill so that you can complement further your external skills. This will provide potential clients with the finest experience before and after they decide to hire a financial advisor. The entire customer experience is important, to maintain a reliable, high retention rate. Protect, accumulate, and distribute. This can be achieved through a comprehensive range of investment, financial, and protection products, as well as tailored financial advisory services. The world has already advanced at terrifying speeds towards the rising trend of complete digitalization in financial services. However, I believe consumers, our clients, will continue to favor good human advisory and planning approach. Before I close, I would like to take this opportunity to quickly highlight the growing prominence of ESG themes in investing: environmental, social, and governance. ESG investing was already well established before the introduction of COVID-19. However, it accelerated the growth of ESG funds in terms of variety, application, and complexity. ESG investments are slowly catching up in terms of performance and sustainability due to its inclusion of ESG factors in its investment strategy, which can provide greater insight and accountability. Transparency has also risen in its importance as investors are also starting to prioritize long-term sustainability beyond financial performance. One should promptly educate themselves on ESG themes in investing, and also it will be no doubt be a valuable asset in the future. Clients, we have seen, also wants to know if their financial institutions are committed to the greater good, which can only spell out long-term benefits for all involved, and more importantly, sustainability of the investment savings. Join us tomorrow in our CEO Roundtable and hear from the expert on sustainable investing. Lastly, it is just not about retirement and wealth planning, but being prepared. Wealth management, wealth planning, should support the pursuit of your financial security through careful, strategic financial management and planning. I would like to thank the Star Group for organizing this event, for giving me the opportunity to speak to all of you. Now, I'll pass the event back to today's organizer so they can officially begin the summit. Thank you for your attention. Stay safe and go get vaccinated. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Matthew. I hope those at home learned a thing or 10 from that insightful keynote speech. I know I did. Now, enough from me. Let's keep the ball rolling, shall we, with our first power panel. This panel is joined by powerful and like-minded industry experts who will be discussing the future of wealth management. Now, let's please welcome our three panelists: Ismitz Matthew D. Alwis, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of Kenanga Investors Berhad, who also just gave the keynote; Dennis Martin, Group Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of CETAS Digital Berhad, who has over 20 years experience in the banking industry, including a variety of senior roles in credit and retail, as well as Alvin Tan, Executive Director and Chief Executive Officer of UOB Kay Kian Wealth Advisors, who has been instrumental in charting the company's strategic direction and productivity with none other than positive culture. And of course, the moderator, Sani Hamid, Director of Economy and Market of Financial Alliance Singapore. To those tuning in, a gentle reminder, if you have any questions for our experts, please post it in the Q&A box below or in the comment section. Now, if you have any questions, you can also email us at events@thestar.com.my, whatever you feel is the most convenient for you. Now remember guys, wealth management is extremely important. So if you want to tune in, remember that we are going on all the way today until 3:30 p.m. as well as tomorrow, which starts at 9:30 a.m. until 12:30 p.m. We also have an ongoing contest, so should you be interested in it, you can also look for the correct QR code wherever on your screen, and you may be walking away with a cash prize. All right, now we're ready for our next panel. Over to you, Sunny.
Kind introduction. Thank you very much. My name is Ronnie, and I will be leading the panel with three very distinguished speakers today. You've heard briefly their bios, and I think have a very well diverse set of individuals to help us really look into the topic of panel 2021 and beyond the future of wealth management. I like the fact that basically Matt and I'm using first name Matt from Kenanga Investor really represents the asset side of the balance sheet. As we all know, Kenanga specializes on the investment side. And we have Dennis from CITOS, whom I think is a very special inclusion in the panel because very seldom, and I've been to a lot of wealth management conferences, and very seldom do you see emphasis on the liability side of the balance sheet. And as we all know, CITOS is basically specialized in that area of the balance sheet. And finally, we've got Alvin, who basically covers the wealth advisory side. And from that perspective, we have coverage of both the asset and liability side of balance sheet. Yeah. So I'm really looking forward to talking to all three, to picking their brains with respect to the topic. And later on, and as we go into the topics itself, please feel free to put on the chat whatever questions that you may have. What I'll do is basically I'll go one round with the panelists, and then I'll open up the session for all the participants themselves. Okay, if everybody's okay, then let's go. Since Matt has given the opening keynote speech, I'll leave him out for a little while. I'll start off with Alvin first. Let him rest. I'll start off with Alvin. Alvin, basically, if you look over the past 12 to maybe 24 months on the wealth advisory side, we've seen a lot of injection of what we call technological changes in terms of the so-called robo-advisors and so on. On the other hand, we're dealing also with a generation of investors, a generation of clients who like to DIY. And so basically they find this robo-advisor fitting into their type of character. Do you feel that for so long, wealth advisors, and I think we have many wealth advisors among the participants, have been this kind of face-to-face personality with clients, and suddenly now we've got this competition from robo-advisors and clients who like to DIY. Do you think this is a threat or maybe even an opportunity from what you see from your side?
Okay, thanks, Ronnie, for the questions. With the rise of technology in wealth management and with the increase in popularity like robo-advisory platform like Stashaway, Wahid, and others, it's always debatable that whether man or machine, who is actually able to do better. So I think one thing we experienced during this current coronavirus pandemic further reinforced the need for wealth management solutions to offer a human touch here. I think in particular, you know that in this current pandemic, the market has been particularly volatile during and including some of the worst weeks for stocks since the financial crisis in 2008, as well as some quick unexpected recoveries. I think in addition also with cities and businesses lockdown caused a lot of emotional distress and constraint, especially on personal finances. So over the last 1 year, over at UOB KN side, we actually witnessed a number of impacted clients that actually come to us for financial advice and strategies as to how they can actually survive in this challenging time. But don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that human is better than a machine. But I think once we're actually dealing with people and money matters, it always emotion being involved over here. So I think in UOB KN, what we have done so far, we're actually heading to what I call a hybrid advisor model by combining the best aspects of both technology and human. So the hybrid model with automated technology actually able to increase the interaction between advisors and client which ultimately strengthen their relationship and help build trust. I think this is vital. Yeah, and also by using automated technology, it actually enable advisors to actually grow their existing business by focusing on financial planning and customers' relationship while scaling their business to serve a larger customer space. And for clients, by helping them to actually consolidate financial information onto one central platform allows them to actually plan and monitor their portfolio across all accounts, products, and investment solutions. So the clients can able to access this information anywhere, anytime. So I think with technology, it's always good to have a combine of both technology and human in this equation, and we see this as a great opportunity for us to move to that direction.
Very interesting, and thank you very much for that answer. So a hybrid model, basically, at this particular point, from where you're coming from. Very interesting. I'd like to move on to Dennis, and I think I mentioned earlier, I really like the fact that he's on board in the panel, because we don't typically see, let's say, for example, Sito's name on the forefront when it comes to wealth management. Unlike Kenanga, which all of us are very familiar with, unlike UOB Kay Hian Wealth Advisors, which we are also familiar with. But having spoken to Dennis behind the scenes, it's very intriguing. And I think when I spoke to him, the things that he told me about what Sitos is doing, it's really something which is, I think, very important, and especially in our effort towards digitizing the transformation of the industry. So I think, Dennis, can you explain a bit to the audience what Sitos is doing currently?
Yeah, thanks for that. And yeah, good morning, everybody. It's really touching on what Alvin just said around automation. So you may not be aware, but Sitos really is a significant digital player in the wealth management side of things. So we are an enabler of that thing to happen, that automation, that digital enabling. So for example, we have a solution called eKYC, which is really allowing people to engage with their wealth management organizations digitally, to onboard, to sign up without physically ever seeing anybody. And of course, in today's world, that's very, very important. In the COVID environment that we live in, people don't want to leave their homes and shouldn't be leaving their homes. And so how do they onboard in terms of opportunities? And through things like eKYC, you can do that. And then we have the actual platforms that enable wealth management companies to operate. We have a platform called CAD, Sitos Application Decisioning. And we have a number of organizations such as peer-to-peer lenders and so on, who are using this now to provide the automation that Alvin talked about, to have the tool set to have that hybrid model, if you like. And it's not just the new wealth management organizations that are adopting these things. We've also got your traditional lenders, your traditional wealth management organizations that are using these solutions to allow their customers to engage with them in a digital environment. And so you've got your traditional banks and so on, all using these solutions now, so they can reach out and they can onboard and they can engage with their customer base. And I think the name Sitos Digital is very, very appropriate because we really are that digital organization. So at the intro, you mentioned about the fact that we work on the liability side. Actually, we do much, much more than that now. We really are that full digital end-to-end solution for both liability side as well as wealth management. And you'll see that continue to grow over the coming years.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you. So I think the change in the name is to add the word digital is basically a reflection of the future. As we know, one of the biggest trends, and this is going to not just be a kind of yearly trend, but a multi-year, multi-decade trend, is the digitalization of the economy, and especially the financial services side. So thank you very much for that. Okay, Matt, I hope you managed to catch your breath, so I'll get to you. Okay.
Yes, I have. Yeah.
Okay, you spoke briefly in your keynote on ESG and sustainable investments to drive the sustainable investment savings in your keynote address. So could you elaborate further on the impact on wealth management, wealth planning, why both clients and advisors really need to understand this new thing? You know, I remember 2-3 years ago, and because I'm also in the industry, you seldom find individuals coming to you talking about ESG. It was always like, which fund gives me the highest return and such. But recently, we've seen this shift in mindset, and people actually approach us and say, is this ESG compliant? Does this do harm to the environment and so on? So go ahead and tell us what you see on your side.
I think it is picking up. I think like what you have pointed out correctly just now. 2 years ago, ESG only came in every 10 of a conversation with the client. 2 years ago, all the client will ask you, what have been the best return, and give me the best return funds and all those type of things. But I think take it on the local context. All right, let's take it in Malaysia. All right, I think you're talking about climate change, ESG. I think there's a lot of things happening, especially in Europe, and also the US was late to pick it up. But I think Malaysia, despite a slow start at first, but the COVID-19 actually has accelerated the demand for ESG investing, especially since they have become more resilient in the uncertain market condition caused by the pandemic. And we could see, even if you're talking about on an investment point of view, in the last year or so, ESG or sustainable, responsible investing funds actually outperform the traditional funds. Now, a little bit understanding, ESG is just not the three-letter words, environmental, social, and governance. But I think, how does it impact us on the wealth management level? Now, amid the COVID-19 crisis, for example, society now has started to focus more on health and safety of employees. So without naming counters, and suddenly the health and safety of employees become a very big challenge in whichever sector you are in, right? Including financial services, what we are in, working from home, and the number of percentage that come to office. Now, until now, social factors have considered to have a very relatively small impact on stock prices or corporate value compared to environmental and governance issue. But the view now, what we are seeing that is gradually changing with significant implication on investment landscape. So there are fresh attention towards tackling social issues, public health, human capital management, and societal inequalities. So we do expect more companies to promote environmental protection, employee welfare, and then you hear now women's participation, for example, hoping that corporate value will increase and spurring economic growth in a virtuous cycle. Now, all this, where will lead to? We expect all this will lead to more sustainable investment and wealth overall. Because the demographic have changed. You see the millennials now are more wary of responsible investing. Yeah. The young girl from Sweden, she talk about climate change, she promote things and everything. It's doing good as a whole. So the growing awareness of environmental movement and greater exposure to ESG consideration at workplace are important reason why younger generation are turning to responsible investment. So in your wealth part of it is you want to be investing for longevity. So it's just not, now people are looking at future gratification, the immediate gratification. So if you're looking for future gratification in your wealth accumulation, you've got to consider sustainable investing, which is why ESG is something that you will have to look into seriously.
Thank you. And I agree totally. From where I come from, one of the major themes that we are also telling our clients about is the decarbonization of the global economy, and relates to ESG with respect to the environmental side of it, climate change. For very long, it's been something which was driven by the public sector. We had scientists coming out warning us about climate change and such. But I think as you see it, and as I see it also from the investment side, we're getting more and more private sector involvement, more and more capital moving into this. And I think a big part of it has got to do also with the fact that people realize that the climate is changing. It's I don't know how it is in Malaysia, but in Singapore, it's just been terribly so hot the past few days. And
it's the same here.
It's the same. Yeah. And number two is the regulations. I can't recall what Malaysia's regulation is, but in Singapore, I think by 2035, if I'm not wrong, they will no longer, or rather the push is to be, there will no longer be any more petrol or engine combustion cars on the road. And I think China to 2030, everybody's rushing for this 2040, 2050. And we're really talking about an industry, for example, the motor vehicles, which has been around for about 100 years, since the Ford motor cars in the early 1900s. And now, basically, we're trying to get rid of combustion engines within a period of 3 decades, 30 years. That's how fast and how serious this thing is. I think that in itself drives a lot of investment opportunity like EV and so on. But I think, yes, ESG really is one thing that's on investors' mind and investment opportunity from that perspective. Okay. I'd just like to, we've actually got one question on ESG there. Let me just, since we're on the topic, I'll just jump into that. Okay. So the question is, while ESG is key in driving foreign investors, Malaysia seems to be lagging behind compared to its peers in ASEAN. So should government policies play a more important role? What is your take? And secondly, Sharia compliant investments considered more ESG?
Okay.
I started to Matt, but if anybody else has any input, please jump in.
Let me start with that, but I think I would encourage the guy who asked the question, join us tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think there'll be more in-depth discussion in tomorrow's session. I think the STAR group, we have specifically dedicated a session to talk about this. But maybe shortly, quickly, I think in the Malaysian context, I think there is a lot of strong legislative and regulatory landscape of change. And we have seen that the introduction of anti-corruption legislation, disclosure of sustainability by Bursa. Now you have to disclose the CSR report on your annual report, and those things are moving along. You can't change overnight in terms of what you do in the climate because it's a balance. So we are seeing a lot of institutional play, even in the likes of our large pension managers. They are also moving towards having ESG as part of the investment requirement. So I think Malaysia, we are getting there, and we are ahead in many ways in terms of regulation, especially from the stock exchange and the regulators expect. So this is what we are looking at. Now, on the Sharia part of it is, I think the ESG or Sharia, what in Malaysia we normally know as socially responsible investing. So SRI is a offset of the ESG. Yes. So from the ESG level, so just to explain a bit, then there is some social, there is other religious belief, or there is other things that we may put in it. That's what we call socially responsible investing. We are seeing a lot of this SRI type of investing coming up. In the last 1 year, if you see many of the equity funds that have been out, they are all talking about socially responsible investing. Social responsible investing can be on religious belief. It can be also on non-warfare. There is certain things that the fund may not go into. So we are seeing a lot of growth in it. And to be fair, I think I won't say that we are lagging behind in ASEAN. I think we are one of the leading one in ASEAN in terms of regulatory requirement. Even in terms of setting climate zero and everything, I think that there are plans, and even the biggest pension manager like EPF have already set up their roadmap. That when they intend to achieve all this. Bank Negara is also been promoting climate change strongly. So even SC has came up with many of these. Yeah.
Thank you. And
Seems
if I
to be
may
a
add,
hot topic for ESG.
Do the other two gentlemen anything to add on ESG from your side?
No, I think all the relevant points have been said, but I think what we're seeing is the awareness grow. The social conscious awareness is growing amongst investors, and therefore that's leading into growth of that awareness amongst companies. And of course, the regulators are adapting to that. And I think what was said earlier was absolutely correct. I think the government is doing things. I think the plans are in place. It's really around execution now, isn't it? And I think that's the next step.
What about you, Alvin? Have you seen more demand?
I think both gentlemen has actually summarized it nicely. I think just to cut short, basically I agree with Matt that government is actually doing a lot of initiative to build up the framework, and we're actually seeing a lot of private sectors actually joining the bandwagon. So putting out so-called efforts for this ESG initiative as well.
Understood. On the Sharia side, I just wanted to add that because I'm also involved in the Islamic financial planning side. Scholars basically determine whether a product is Sharia compliant by 2 ways, which is number one, the business model, and number two, by the various filters, financial filters that they set in. So a lot of times, basically, if you do that, you'll find that even some fossil fuel companies are considered to be Sharia compliant. I think gradually, as the Sharia committees gain access to the knowledge about how this is impacting climate change, I really hope that is factored in or weighted much more in the decision-making process. Because from the conventional side, we've really seen pension funds, I think like the Norwegian pension fund and many various pension funds in the world starting to divest away from fossil fuel companies. So I think eventually, potentially, we could see Sharia compliant products itself also minus off, I hope, in the future, many of these companies which are considered to be harmful, at least to the environment itself.
I mean, just to add to your Sharia funds observation, I think in Malaysia, I think the government have also encouraged the setting up of wakaf funds. So wakaf funds, what we call invest for good. So wakaf funds are invested for charitable, building infrastructure, education, and all those type of things. So we are leading it there. So, and I think the other part that I want to highlight, why this now is a hot topic, it's not only the whole value chain. I think I just want to have a very fair comment on this. It's just beside the government or private or public sector doing it. I think it's the demand. So the demand is not as fast as the what we expect to be. When I say this means on the wealth management level, the demand for this is people is still a wait and see. It's only in the last 1 year where people start seeing some better performance and then they are start considering it. So this, if the demand increases, the supply will increase. When the supply increases, the acceptance of this as a day-to-day life will come to play. And then that will lead to the next question is, this will increase the overall ESG or sustainable investing in the country. So it's a whole value chain that we need to look at. But
good point.
I encourage the participants join us tomorrow because we have some very good speakers, experienced speakers from regional level who's going to talk about sustainable investment and ESG in tomorrow's session. So we have quite a lineup of speakers that I personally know them, who was very passionate about climate change, who was very passionate about the ESG. So the tougher ESG question, leave it to them for tomorrow.
Okay, yeah. But there's one more. I don't know whether you want to leave. I'll leave it to you to decide whether to leave it for tomorrow or now.
Which question is that?
Yeah, there was a mention about ESG through structured investment. How does this work, and how different is this versus mutual funds or unit trusts? I'm not sure whether the questioner heard with regards to this ESG.
Okay, let me attempt that question. All right, I will assume that nowadays we are seeing that a lot of investment strategy coming out that will say that this is an ESG compliant fund, or this is more of. I will assume that is what it meant by structure around an ESG tenets. So there are funds that are fully compliant with ESG. That means it's an SRI fund or ESG fund. That is it's just like getting a stamp that this is an ESG compliant fund, or we call it an Islamic compliant fund. Now, what's the difference in mutual funds and everything? I think if it's a unit trust or mutual fund, the behavior is unitized, is the same. It is just that the investment universe may be different, or they will have a screening from the universe down that they will only. Just an example, in Malaysia, we have FTSE for Good. So FTSE for Good index is in the Bursa. So compared to your bellwether, FTSE, our FBM 30 and everything, or FBM 100, we have FTSE for Good with about 80 odd counters. So if you are an ESG fund and you just want to do FTSE for Good for Malaysian equities, you only will select from these 80 odd counters. Or if you go one step further, if you want to talk about the Sharia FTSE for Good, there is about 52 counters there, or 50 odd counters there. So you only will invest within these 52 companies. So you are structuring your investment along that line. So I hope I got the answer correct.
Yeah. For Malaysia, I would like to see more. How I don't know about Kenanga, how many ESG funds you have, or how many funds with respect? Are there plans to bring in more and create more such funds, since the demand seems to be increasing?
I think speaking for many fund managers, there are some funds, it's not a matter of having the funds, it's having it within your investment process. So like for us, it's part of the investment process. There are certain things that we are now moving along that we did not touch. ESG is a very big encompassing word. So sometimes if we talk about environment, we don't talk about governance, So there's many things that we look at, but it's just how we incorporate in our investment process. It's something that is not going to happen overnight because of, example, if it happened overnight, as I said just now, instead of 1,000 listed companies for me to look at, I can only look at 80 companies. But we are pushing the button, and a lot of us on the institutional side, we are encouraging more transparency, more governance across all companies. So that's something that we are pushing along. I think that is something that most fund managers are doing.
Thank you. Okay, I'll move on to the next question. Next question basically is asking, Malaysian companies still lack in human capital or capacity building efforts compared to the more advanced economies. Perhaps a handful of organizations have done a good job, especially the banks and financial services. Others, there's much to be desired. What would you suggest, being the CEOs and captains in the various industries or sectors, should be done, especially the SMEs? Okay.
Sorry, Sunny. I think you end up moderating an ESG session.
I see Dennis scratching his head a little bit. Anybody would like to? This is a bit more on human capital. How to bring it? I mean, admittedly, the banks and financial services, because again, I may be wrong, but you may jump in. I think we get a lot of it has to really keep up with what's happening in the outside world. Flow of funds, flow of capital itself is determined by how competitive an industry is. And therefore, I think automatically banks and financial services need to have the best talent, the best infrastructure, the best hardware, software, in order to keep up with the rest of the world. So I think maybe from that perspective, that's why even the questioner is saying, especially the banks and financial services, they've done a good job. What do you see from, let's say, for example, on your side, Dennis, maybe even Alvin, your side?
Yeah, I think you nailed it there when you said that, it's in their own interest to keep up with advances and changes and keep educating and training their own staff and their own people. Because if you don't, things are moving very, very quickly, right? I mean, we're seeing that in technology and in the digital space. And if you don't keep up to date with what's new and what's emerging, and we just talked about all the different things that are changing in the social conscious space, then you'll be left behind. And so I think there's that natural progress anyway that's happening. And my conversations with other CEOs and other corporates, they're absolutely focused on human capital. Is there more that can be done? Absolutely. There's always more that can be done, right? But I do think it's something that everyone's focused on. I do think that it's something that's important. And I do think that you will see changes, and you'll see growth, and you'll see the Malaysian larger corporates really focusing on this going forward.
And I think yourself, Dennis, having read your bio, you've worked, was it in New Zealand or Australia, or with particular entity, and you bring with you this wealth of knowledge, for lack of a better word, from outside to into a CETOS, which is a local Malaysian company, and I'm pretty sure you're spearheading that with your knowledge and experience from previous experiences.
Yeah, like I've been fortunate. I've worked in a number of countries. I spent a number of years working in Singapore as well. So, and I've spent some time in China. I've spent some time in a number of countries, and I do think there is things you can pull from each of those countries that you can bring into a local environment. And I don't think Malaysian companies should be scared to do that, and I don't think they are. I think they do know that there are things that are working well elsewhere, and let's look to see how we can do those locally. The big thing is, though, customizing it to local environment, right? It's not a cookie cutter type approach. You can't just take what works well somewhere else and say, oh, that'll work well here. Because the thing I've learned after 30, 40 years of working in different countries, every country is different. The rules, the regulations, the people, the environment, the social conscious, all those things are different country by country. So what you do is you cherry pick, you bring out what you think will work, and then you try and integrate it into the regime that you're living in and the country that you're working in.
Thank you. Yeah. There's a question on Alvin, sorry, do you want to answer that, or there's a question on this central bank digital currency? Maybe you want to take that if you have a tough question.
That's actually a tough one, talking about central bank digital currency. Actually, yes, I don't hear anything that central banks are actually moving to that direction to have our own digital currency. The only country I've seen that have been developing is actually China. I think China is actually quite developed into going to that direction. So coming to local Malaysia context, I only think that only probably the last 1 or 2 years during this pandemic, only our e-wallet adoption is actually faster than as usual. I think that again, the pandemic actually had caused a lot of rapid changes or adoption of all this technology in place. So I think for central bank, I don't see anywhere at this moment of time that we are moving to that digital currency.
I think different countries have different pace in terms of adoption of the so-called CBDC, as they call it. But eventually, and if I may just jump in to add here, because I've been following this a little bit, is that I think eventually all physical fiat currencies will be digitized. The benefits of having a digital, of course, there are pros and cons. There's of course the so-called privacy issue of every citizen having a wallet and the government knowing what you spend and so on and so forth. But from practical issue of monetary and fiscal policy, there are many advantages. If every citizen, for example, has a digital wallet, you wouldn't have the issue, for example, in the US, where recently they sent out checks to every individual, $1,400 US dollars, if I recall, and the checks were mailed and stuff. If you had a digital wallet, basically it would be taken into account almost immediately, because all you had to do it's an accounting thing. Tomorrow it appears in your digital wallet, $1,400, and voila, fiscal policy was just basically very effective, very efficient from that perspective.
But to add to that, I think if you're going to be rolling out the digital currency, then you need to educate, right? Because there'll be a big sector of the community that's not digitally aware and doesn't have the latest technologies and so on. So that's why I think you get the speed variances, because it comes down to the technical awareness of the individuals within a country.
And the infrastructure.
And the infrastructure.
Yeah, because the bandwidth has to reach out to even places like maybe the middle of Sarawak and everywhere else.
Yeah, correct.
In order for this to work.
Correct.
Anything to add, Matt?
No, I think you summed it up. But I think it's just that as I said, there is more and more products in my keynote. There's more and more products that are available, and that's all these shifts are also from the millennials. Millennials are now they do look at more multiple products and what is available out there. And I think digital currency is something that people are paying attention, because the kids at the young age, they are really exposed to having digital currency. So when I say that, basically means you will speak to your kids now, they will tell you what digital coins, what coins to buy. So they're pretty exposed to it. But I think the challenge for us as wealth practitioners is because when they don't see something physical, that's something that they hold. Money comes easy, but money goes out easy, because when they buy the coin, they spend the coins. So it is something that, again, it's something that we can't ignore, but we need to be very, very wary about it, because the kids, our millennials, they are already into that. That is why the volatility of it, you could have seen Bitcoin volatility, the whole works of things, But all these are coming in play. That is why if you're an advisor, if you're a financial advisor logging into this summit, I would advise to also understand how it works, so that we can give the investors some form of advice or better advice, but not to shy away from it and not say, oh, no, it's not relevant. It is relevant, but we need to be able to understand. Now, if you're an investor, okay, be very, understand it. For many of us, the brick and mortar thing still helps. And as I said, digital will be there, but there is still some form of human advisory interaction. Sometimes it's nice to hold the cash in your pocket.
Thank you. Okay, there's this question here which I'm not sure whether it any one of you can answer this, but just let me know. There are plans for various companies to build factories that produce electric vehicles and battery storage technologies in Thailand and Vietnam, i.e. competitors. What policies or initiatives are in place to enable similar higher value chain investments that encourage sustainability to come into Malaysia, sustainability investments to come into Malaysia? More like something we would ask BT to answer, I guess. No?
Yeah. Definitely out of my scope, that one. I'll leave it to the other.
Yeah.
I think that one is actually to do with more on government policies. I think there's a lot of factors that encourage foreign investment to come to Malaysia. Infrastructure is one of thing, political stability, all these other factors, your human capability, your human talent. So all the framework, all the infra.
I think if you've hit it in, sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Sorry, I think just to add on to it, and I think that Malaysia, we actually in the last couple of years we have encouraged hybrid or electric vehicles. So if you look at all the tax advantage, all your Mercedes or your BMW, if this is a local assembly, you will get certain form of incentive. No, that is in the hope that you will lead to the whole supply chain again, or the whole value chain again, for battery operators to set up here and stuff like that. But I think the other point to note, setting up a battery operated a battery factory, it is a very high investment, and there is no one correct technology now. Even if you talk about the hybrid cars, maybe last year, maybe if I'm not mistaken, less than you can travel on electric less than 90 km. There's a lot of R&D research, so it's a whole ecosystem that we look at. But I don't think to say that we are lag behind. I don't think so, because I think the two major car manufacturers like BMW and even Mercedes have their plant here, and they have been rolling out a lot of hybrid vehicles in the country. So it does take time, and I think it's something that we need to work on now. I think there is a lot of work in progress. And of late, you see that the government is talking about other things like green bond and all those type of things. Those are also encouraging clean energy and all those type of things. So there will be a side effect of that. So we need to do more. Answer is yes. I think it's something, and whatever we do, we need to do more. Just like planning, financial planning, we keep telling our people, speak to financial advisors, get a proper plan. It's still work in progress for the last 20 years for what I know.
Very true, very true. I think the hardware and the software has to be there, infrastructure, human resource. And I think it's really something which is very important, especially on the human resource side. And I'll just give you an example. So many industries currently today may just be obsolete in the next decade or so because of technological changes. AI is taking over so many things. I mean, Dennis all his software is probably going to do a lot of work which currently today humans do, and so on, and make it more efficient. But that also means that there needs to be, in my view, a lot of targeting with respect to where our children, where our students are going to, meaning to say we cannot afford a whole bunch of them going to industries which will be obsolete in the coming decades. There has to be a conscious effort to move them towards things like this, the technology side, data side, and so on. And just to give you a real life example, my son who's studying here in secondary school, he's already taking biotech, for example. There's a subject which and because the government here basically has said we can't afford for people to go into certain areas, we will allow, but we'll try as much as possible to push them into key areas which is needed in the economy of the future. So I think something like that would probably be good. I'll quickly move on. We have got quite a few questions. I think we have about 10 minutes or 17 minutes, 15 minutes left. There's another question on ESG. I don't know. Okay, we'll keep that in the pocket for a while. Let's just run over to something else, which is a little bit more contentious. For the three panelists, do you encourage your clients to keep or invest in cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin? What is your personal view on Bitcoin, especially from the recent volatility? Thank you.
Alvin, you want to go first?
Yeah, this is all yours, man.
Okay. For digital currency, things like Bitcoin, it's highly volatile. I think as long as the investors are able to actually stomach that kind of volatility, they can actually look into that perspective. But for financial planners like us, normally we always stick back to our fundamentals when it comes to investment. So when we invest into certain funds and all those, we know that where the actually the money go to, and then actually where they would invest in, how the company able to actually perform. But when it comes to Bitcoin, we can't see that kind of fundamental deriving except for the prices movement. And you know that how Bitcoin works is actually depends on the supply and demand. Yeah. So I think for us, normally for planning with our client, normally we don't encourage so-called, or we don't build a portfolio based on that perspective. However, we do have customers that come to us that actually they are intended to have this. So our answers that say, if let's say they want the kind of excitement, in life and all those, they probably can consider just put a small allocation to their investment portfolio, but not the entire wealth to that speculative assets. Yeah.
So, Alwin, on that, is that part of the whole balanced portfolio approach, right? It's just
Yes,
one
correct.
of many things that you can have.
Exactly. Matt, anything on your side? He's long Bitcoin, and he's long Ethereum, and he's long a whole bunch of other altcoins.
No, but I think this is the point that I've been stressing about is the whole wealth management, aside from the digital part, yet involved. Because the investor generation also has involved. So I'm still back to the generation investor because they think differently. So, and the advisors, the new attitude, the expectation, all is different. So those days when we want to shoot it down and say Bitcoin is no good, we can't say that now, So obviously there will be is the risk and return combination that they have to balance out. So that is our advice normally is we would normally tell our clients if they ever ask us. We are not involved in it, but we would just tell them that please make sure go on the right website. Please make sure that you don't go into the pseudo website. Please make sure that it's the right place that you purchase it. Be careful. And again, the old saying, the very old saying, don't put your eggs in one basket.
Yeah. You're absolutely right, Matt, because if you look at it, and from various reports in the US, for example, JP Morgan, Morgan Stanley, and the rest, it wasn't them bringing that product to the market. It was because clients were asking for it and pressuring them for that product. So it's a very rare situation where we see a reverse. Bankers would typically take something and try and sell it, or say to customers. This time around, is the demands coming actually from the consumer side. So that's a very interesting point itself. And position sizing, and that's what I've been hearing in the US and many other places where advisors are saying, yes, you can, but you need to position size it to maybe 1 or 2% or 3% of, at max 3% of your portfolio in order to manage the volatility.
Yeah. Okay, just to add one more thing, Sunny. Just to add one more thing you just said about that also, it's not only the millennials investors, because they are also influencing the first generation. I mean, they're also influencing their mom and pops, the older investors. So the older investors will just listen to their young advice, So that is also have been shifting the whole dynamism into our wealth management. So those days when I first started, when we talk to it, we have a relationship. I used to deal with the patriarch of the family. Now I got to convince the first generation, the second, and sometimes I need to convince the third generation also. So wealth management have now come to a stage where I need to be able to advise 3 generations together.
Right. I think also just to end it off, my particular advice to anybody investing in these kind of cryptocurrencies is don't leverage. I mean, the asset by itself is already of such a high volatility, and you leverage it further, it's like
totally agree, Sunny.
Anytime a car dealer or a guy who makes cars can put a tweet out, and it can impact cryptocurrencies, then you know not to leverage, right?
Exactly. Okay, we'll move on. I'll keep the ESG questions in the pocket for a while, because I think we have a few ESG questions. Dennis, specifically to you, how can the public use CTOS reports to help them manage their personal finances?
Yeah, look,
Alvin may jump in also later.
Yeah, I'm not going to speak specifically about CTOS, but what I would say is around education and understanding your financial position, right? So wealth management is part of that, but understanding your total view of your financial position is important, right? It's no good having assets and making investments if you're not paying your bills on time, because that will impact things like your credit scores. And your credit scores are what vendors will look at if you're ever applying for a loan. And so you've got to have a total view of your relationship in terms of your financial position. And so looking at your reports, understanding your score, it's absolutely critical. I mean, that's really, it should not be exclusive. It shouldn't be, I'm only going to look at my report or my score when I'm going for borrowings. It should be, I need to understand my full position, both my assets and my liabilities, and how that's going to impact me in the future. And so I think it's important. And that's why we spend a lot of time trying to educate individuals. We give away reports. We do all sorts of things to improve financial literacy. We work with B&M, we work with AKPK, we work with other organizations to educate everybody, not just those at the B40s, or not just those that are going for funding, but also at the wealth side. That they need to have a comprehensive view of their position. And I think that's something that everyone needs to do, and they need to do it regularly.
And I understand you're giving away, what, 1,000 reports at this conference?
Yeah, that's what I understood as well. So, yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I think it'll be kind of an eye-opener for even a lot of people who may not even have seen their own credit report before. Yeah. And I think it may be, and Alvin may jump in on this, it may also be a good part of financial planning to, when you review clients' financial plans every year, to bring up the CTOS report at the same time.
Actually, I think what we've been talking since the beginning of this morning is actually talking about automation of technology. I think, of course, with CTOS automation, it actually eases our work in terms of planning, sitting down with the customer to do their financial plan. So I think the first thing we always talk to client about planning a financial is actually managing their finances. How their cash flow looks like, how does debt management looks like. So I think that's the basic of everything. If you're actually managing a positive cash flow with a good debt management, wherever you go, whatever loans you want to take, just in case you want to take a loan to buy a house, whatever thing, it's so much easier. Yeah. So then we talk about the rest of other stuff like your investment or your insurance and other thing. Yeah. So I think CTOS report and all those, I think we use it quite regularly as well. I think one area also we are partly also educating the clients about CTOS, about all this reporting, so that they actually should know their credit score for a start. Yeah.
Just to add to that, I think I'm sure that people know that when a lender looks at their loan application, they look at behaviours. They look at how they've behaved in the past with previous credit and so on. And so not just on your asset side, not just on the securities that you're putting up, but on how you've behaved. And that's what a report can tell you. That's what a score can tell you, is your past behaviours. And that's why it's important.
Thank you. Just to follow up with Alvin itself, there's a question on the ratios of CFP, and CFPs are certified financial planners to consumers. The question is saying that basically we don't have enough CFPs in Malaysia, therefore it's difficult to keep up with. Is it a chicken and egg problem? Do you find that in your organization, your CFPs, you find that there's a lack of CFPs, or the supply of CFPs is limited?
I would say probably the supply of licensed financial advisors out there. I think for Malaysia, for a start, to become a licensed financial advisors, you need to go through all your CFP courses, your RFP courses. There's actually currently the 2 courses that are actually recognized in Malaysia for you to actually obtain your license with the regulators to basically to give proper financial advice to the public. Yeah, your license to actually give proper financial planning out there. So I think for that reason, we're probably in a stage of initiating the first stage of so-called growing stage. So I think for that, we need probably more time to actually have more financial planners to be coming in town. I think on the other part is actually we actually have been increasing our financial literacy across even for schools and also universities. I think government is also making a great initiative in those areas, putting financial literacy so that people can actually benefit, not only when they come up to work, only they talk about how to manage my finances. The financial literacy should be trained since young.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So I think a lot of programs have been going out to actually train the young since from the schooling days. I think these are also some of the initiatives that the government has started to actually put in place already. So I think with that, hopefully we can actually have more influx of talent. Then eventually the numbers of financial planners can be actually increased over time.
Yeah, and I think very importantly, it has to be demand driven. So I think what I would say is if all consumers, when they meet their consultants or financial advisors, ask, what is your qualification, for example? That in itself puts pressure on the consultant to say, I need to get my education level up or my qualifications up.
Correct. But I think, Sunny, just to add on a bit, I think in Malaysia's context, a lot of consumers out there are still unaware there's actually a licensed financial planner profession out there. Many of times they will equate with insurance agent or unit trust agent as licensed financial planner. So I think perhaps that would reinforce what you said earlier on. If let's say consumer go out, what's your qualification and stuff like that, probably that will give a lot of demand into this profession.
Yeah, thank you.
So,
Matt says, sorry, please go ahead.
I think I concur with you in terms of the supply and demand side. That is why even earlier on in my keynote, we are now, I think Alvin and a couple of us in the industry, we have always been out there and say, avoid product pushing, avoid just product selling, let's move on to advisory. I think as years goes by, even I got more white hairs now because we've been talking a bit like a whole record player, so we keep saying that, have an holistic approach to your wealth planning. So I think that is where when Star Group came along to have this summit, so it's something that we were very, very excited to join, and to promote a more holistic wealth planning course. So if for investors or for individuals out there, next round after this, if you go ask for a holistic planning, just don't go and say I want a unit trust or I just want an insurance. Look at it. Even in your debt level, like Dennis has said, the CTOS rating is important. I personally look at it quite closely because if anything changes, I don't go back to CTOS. Why might change? Okay, I don't do that. But it's more important because sometimes when you take products from the bank, sometimes you may end up leveraging or you may have OD, and it does affect your score, or you may end up taking too many loans at the go. That all plays a part. So that's what Alvin spoke correctly, or even in my slide earlier, we talk about debt management. We talk about how you manage your financial thing. And the buzzword I want to add is sustainability. Making sure your wealth is sustainable. So sorry, Sunny, I'll go back to you.
No worries at all. There is actually a question here which is directly to you, Matt, or rather to Kenanga. Is Kenanga investors considering new investment products for seniors or the elderly population, because that group is actually growing?
Basically, we Kenanga Investors, we are a multi-segment and we are a multi-product provider. I won't say provide product only. We are actually one of the few who have a whole range of. We are actually promoting wealth management. We are actually promoting financial planning, and we have a whole range of products. We don't only manage products that is already managed by us. We also have business partners that manage other type of funds, insurance, and the whole works of things. And depending on your risk appetite, we definitely will have a portfolio or have a plan that we could tailor for you. So we don't have a specific product for one person, but we would say that we can have a tailored advisory, a portfolio for you. You can kind of speak to any of our licensed financial planner.
Okay. All right. So we are almost at the end of the session. I understand we've not managed to answer all questions that were posted to us. I do apologize because of that. But I will just want to wrap up, or rather I will want to give each speaker maybe about 30 seconds to, or a bit less, to just wrap up and say a few words, if you have, before we close the session. And we'll start, let's say, with Dennis.
Thanks. Yeah, look, first of all, thank you to the organiser of the event. I think it's been great and it will be great. And I encourage you to get engaged as much as possible in these discussions and to listen to what's going on. It sounds like there's going to be some fantastic stuff tomorrow. But, you know, from a CETOS perspective, you know, for us, it's around making sure we digitally enable our organisations to reach out to individuals and other companies. It's about making sure that we educate. The financial literacy is important to us. It's important to the country. And I think the comments that have been made here around the social conscience is very important as well. You know, we're going through a number of changes as a company as well. We've applied for listing on the stock exchange, and I can tell you this comes up regularly from investors. They're looking to see what we do and how we do it. And governance is important. It's no longer just about the return on that investment. It's much, much bigger than that now. And I think that's really a great way forward for everybody.
Thank you. Alwin?
Okay, I'm actually looking at the current issue that most of our clients are actually facing right now. I think it's important that we don't overly leverage, especially during this time. I know that cash flow are tough or probably tight to some of the people, especially with businesses locked down and some of this. I have even clients or friends that actually run a food court. His business actually down by 80% during this particular lockdown. So I think I know that things are tough, but if you need any financial so-called assistance or planning consultation, don't just feel free to come to any of our licensed financial planner or any of our industry peers. I think we are actually glad to actually help and offer a service to actually look into all your finances matters and see where we can actually help in that perspective.
Good advice, thank you. And you, Matt?
But I think number one, financial planning, just to add on to what I mean, financial planning or wealth planning is just not for the rich, you know, it's for all levels of society. And I think one have to start really considering, no matter which age group you are in the 20s, 30s, it's never too early or it's never too late. And what is more important for both client or even advisor, if you're on this summit, longevity concern is increasing. So you need to talk about this because, you know, earlier on you say you can work and you can slog for 35 years, but I wish to say that everybody going to live more than 25 years. You need to enjoy your fruit for the next 25 to 30 years. One. Number two, what happened in 1.5 years you need to start to take a look that, you know, to make sure that you are able to tie through for any unexpected events. So again, wealth planning, financial planning is for everyone, and it's just not for the rich.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank my three distinguished panelists for taking the time to share their experience. I also like to thank the organizers for organizing such a good conference, and for you, the participants, who I think have taken that first step, or rather continue to upgrade yourselves by attending such conferences. And I hope you will stay throughout the 2 days and actually to gain more with respect to the other panels and such. Yeah. So I'd like to end by saying thank you very much, everybody, and stay safe and get immunized. Get vaccinated.
Get your vaccine.
Yeah.
Join tomorrow's ESG session for those with ESG questions. Right. Thank you, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thanks, guys.
Yes.
Thanks so much, Sane. Also, thanks to Matthew, Dennis, and Alvin for an insightful session. Now, a gentle reminder that you are tuning in to Star Wealth Summit 2021 live virtual conference. Remember, if you have any questions or comments for our speakers, panelists, or even for our events team, feel free to write it down in our comments below, whether you're on Zoom, LinkedIn, YouTube, whatever it is that you're using to watch. Now, I want to introduce one next industry expert who we're really, really excited about. Before we move on to the first track, of the day, let's welcome our special guest speaker, Ronnie Tan, with his presentation on digital investment service, navigating through the new normal. A lot of us are navigating through the new normal. It is tough, so this will be interesting. Ronnie is the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of GAX MD. He is striving for a healthy environment to promote literacy and strengthen the digital investment management ecosystem. Now, just before we get to Ronnie Tan, I just want to say that there is a competition running as well. Attendees do stand a chance to win 2,000 ringgit cash prize. All you have to do is tune in with us for the next 2 days. And tomorrow there should be a QR code where you will be able to scan using your phone. And all you have to do is answer 3 simple questions. And winners will be announced tomorrow at the end of the conference at 12:30 p.m. Just a gentle reminder, you guys are tuned in to the the Star Wealth Summit 2021 live virtual conference. Remember guys, there's going to be a lot of panelists and speakers coming on board today and tomorrow. So should you have any questions or comments, feel free to write it in the Q&A box below, or you could also write comments whether you're on Zoom, whether you're on Facebook, LinkedIn, or YouTube, whatever it is. But yes, the floor is yours, Ronnie. Go for it.
Thank you very much and welcome. First of all,
thank you very
much to the organizers for this wonderful session and inviting me to this forum. Okay, what I'll do is I'll very quickly go through a very brief introduction on us. Yeah, basically a MindTeo, okay, is a product name of it's a digital investment management, more commonly known as a robo-advisor. It originated from Teo, Japan, and it's a product by GAX MD, which is basically a joint venture between Money Design Japan and Silver Lake. We manage close to an AUM of more than 850 million. Yeah, and Teo Japan pioneered this service back in 2016 in Japan, the robo-advisory, and MindTeo was launched in 2019 and it's been licensed by Securities Commission. Well, that's a very brief rundown on who we are. All right. Okay, I think that we have a very interesting discussion this morning by the esteemed guests and the panel of speakers talking about the COVID pandemic, which is really an unprecedented event that's ended more than a decade of strong growth of financial and wealth management industry. And it certainly brought about the economic turmoil, global recession, and wipe out billions of dollars from financial market. And as you can see, all the governments of the world are taking both monetary and fiscal policies. There's lots of liquidity, low interest regime. Okay, the governments are pumping in lots of money, okay, to stimulate the environment and pushing down interest rate, so on and so forth. So all these are things that are having a great impact to the whole industry in the context of wealth management. And really, you look at it, a prolonged low interest regime will leave millions of pensioners with little choice but to shift their money from fixed deposit into fixed income, hoping for higher yields to sustain their retirement years. Okay, and some, and unfortunately, are lured into investment scams that promise really unrealistic returns. And in Malaysia, there was a study, close to 47% of Malaysians, they are aged 35 and above, have not even started saving for retirement. So this is a very disturbing trend, and we just have to face it and see what we can do. Okay, well, what are the new norms? Okay, arising from this phenomena, okay, we feel that there are 4 new norms that all of us have to face, especially in the space of wealth management. Yeah, so the changing landscape on customer engagement, the low interest regime, knowledge of investment and financial inclusiveness, and technology. And these are the new things that all of us have to face. Well, I'll try to go through each of these new norms and see how we can position ourselves and how can a digital investment management like MyTeo could help the general public. First of all, in the changing landscape of the customer engagement, okay, the wealth management, as you all know, is really found it extremely challenged to service their existing clients in the traditional way, where relationship managers are used to communicate with clients face to face, and they have to adjust to engage with their clients digitally. And in fact, the workplace is transitioning into a digital cloud environment. How are investors making this similar transition? And the lockdown is a good test. During the lockdown, a lot of operations have, the lockdown, people can't go to office, there's no face-to-face communication. So it's a new norm. How are these going to affect the general public? Okay, especially the investors. Okay, as I've mentioned earlier, the low interest regime due to lots of money pumping, stimulus, and trying to boost up the economy. Yeah, so interest rates have dived to low rates, low levels, prompting, as I said, large investor putting the money into all sorts of products, chasing after good returns, and taking this into consideration, how are they going to diversify? Taking into consideration the needs, the balance between risk and returns due to this low interest regime. Okay, and the third thing is the knowledge of investment and financial inclusiveness. Really, constant engagement with clients are required to explain very complex wealth management issues, market movements, investment strategies. Okay, and the clients are getting more sophisticated. They want information, advice quickly, and how to navigate this new normal. They need to diversify their investment across multiple asset classes and across global countries. This so-called high-touch services has always been the privilege of the elite and wealthy clients. Then, what about the man in the street? How about the emergence of this new generation of young and tech-savvy investors who want similar investment but cannot afford such high fees? Are they going to accept a product-based product, okay, rather than a customized portfolio and yet charge at a high fees? So these are the symptoms that all of us have to address. And obviously, the last thing is technology. Technology is really an enabling of all these things. Yeah, as the world moves into lockdown, the demand for online products and services have surged to really unprecedented level. The young who have never invested before flock to the stock markets, hoping to generate extra income. Okay, they punt in the stock market. Okay, remember last year the growth stocks. Okay, and US people are floating in GameStop, AMC, Bitcoins, and I say the most unfortunate things are a lot of these people are falling into scams that promise unrealistic returns, as I said earlier. Okay, and new completely new players with technology innovation are delivering more sophisticated products with efficient service at a lower cost. And most of all is keep the product simple, right? So you have many types of digital digital options, managed investment options in the market today, thanks to Securities Commission, which have always been the forefront of introducing all these new products to promote financial inclusiveness. Yeah, you have robo-advisor like MyTeo, a P2P platform, equity crowdfunding, digital assets exchange, and all these things are being enabled by technology. Right? And if you look at it, as I say, especially in this low return, interest return regime, equity investment on the long run deliver higher returns than cash. While it's good to keep some cash, but on the long term, we should diversify and into various asset classes of investment. Okay, and we look at it, in terms of the chart that I've drawn up for the past 15 years, okay, the investment through equity market, okay, whether it is through the Bursa Malaysia or overseas versus keeping in cash and also trying to keep pace with inflation, okay, and you can see very clearly investment into the capital market funds are obviously a better choice, for long-term investment. There will be market blips, noises, ups and downs, okay, and from an investment point of view, there's a difference between a trading strategy and an investment strategy, okay. What we're promoting to the general public in this new norm, okay, it is always better to focus a bulk of it into investment. Yes, you can try to do some speculative trading, but don't put everything into the basket, because on the long term investment into the capital market is always a better choice. So having said that, then, okay, investing in the new normal, how can a DIM, Digital Investment Management Service, so-called robo-advisory help? I like to use the term DIM, Digital Investment Management Service, rather than robo-advisor, because robo-advisor will give you an impression that it's all been managed by a little robot, okay, and little black box that just do the necessary investment. But it is not really entirely a black box, which I'll touch in a bit earlier as I move on. So so the important thing, as I said, the few things that we need to address. Okay, that's it. The low interest regime, giving choices to public, that investor options to invest in various multiple asset classes. Okay, and we're able to deliver to invest not just in Malaysia but in a global economy across different multi-asset classes, and more importantly, to achieve a long-term financial goals. And okay, and okay, so much so, but just a very short description on robo-advisor. Okay, for those people who may not know, yeah, it's really an automated discretionary portfolio management, investing your money into ETFs, okay, which covers a wide variety of asset classes, equities, bonds, real estate, commodities, currencies. Okay, what it really means is an individual will give a certain amount of investment money, okay, regardless of whether it's a 5,000, 10,000, 100,000, so on and so forth, and leave it to this so-called robo-advisor to manage it on his behalf. Okay, so they will decide where to invest, what to invest, depending on your risk profile. Yeah? That's in a nutshell of what a DIM is all about. And ETS is basically, I shan't go into great detail in view of time constraint, but it's basically very similar to unit trust, except that this ETFs, they're listed in the stock exchange, okay, and there's a lower transaction fees and have a wide varieties of stocks that replicate the underlying index, and it's invest globally. Yeah. Okay, so now I can't see the slides down there. Can you move to how can MyTeo help, which is slide 15? Yeah, yeah. Okay, so slide 15, how can MyTeo help? Next slide, please. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, okay. Basically, it's important that we look into. If you don't mind, I'm just using MyTeo as an illustration of a typical robo-advisor, okay, to give you a better feel of the what is happening behind the scene and what it does and how it executes certain strategy. And it's so important that during this pandemic, we all of us realized that everybody in the home market, regardless of whether you are young adults, millennials who are starting to save and grow your wealth, or you are an experienced professional trying to accumulate wealth and contributing to your retirement savings, or the retirees who are consuming and trying to distribute wealth. Okay, all this, each individual will move from stage to stage. They will transition from young adults, millennials, to experienced professionals, to retirees. Okay, and at each stage of life, each stage of your financial life, okay, you have different needs, different goals, and all of us need to be able to customize a portfolio that is really customized according to your risk profile, okay, your investment profile, your risk profile, and your own persona, okay? And you must be able to move from, your portfolio must be able to move from one stage to another stage for you. Okay, so this is really what is required on a truly good wealth management, whether it's a human or system that should be able to do this for you. Next slide, please. Yeah. Next slide. Yeah. Okay. So in order to achieve a very good investment portfolio as you moved from a young millennial up to a retiree, okay, you need to have a very good diversification of asset classes and over global countries. Yeah. So so in terms of the three areas, the three segments, obviously you need to have a good mix of equity, okay, which is based on regional, country, and based on various factor-based criteria. You need to have a segment, a section of your portfolio in the fixed income, which is government bonds, corporate bonds, high-yield bonds, preferred stock, okay? And really, and there's another portfolio in real assets, commodities, real estate, infrastructure, and metal. Yeah, so really you need to have this full range of a product, okay, inside your portfolio to navigate to this new norm. Yeah. So, okay, next page, please. Okay, and as I said, really behind the scene, how does the MyTeo or how does a robo-advisor construct such a portfolio? And as I said, it's very important to be able to put in the equity, the income, and the inflation hedge into various portfolio depending on your needs, as I just mentioned earlier. Because in the current environment of low inflation, okay, low inflation, you need to have a portion that have products or assets that's in the inflation hedge. Okay, and in the meantime, you also need to be able to invest in growth stocks. Okay, and for those retirees, you need a portion of your portfolio in the income portfolio. So what it actually means is, by answering 5 questions, okay, and as I stressed during my initial talk, initial opening, was that we have to move into a portfolio, customized to each individual needs, rather than a single silo product. Okay, we cannot be any more product pusher saying that, hey, you need these funds. These funds are only appropriate for certain people that have certain criteria, certain risk profile. Okay, you cannot just push a single product and make it generic across all your investors. Yeah. So what it means is, for example, again, I'm just using illustration as MyTeo. We ask 5 questions. From these 5 questions, we are able to do a customer profiling, regardless of your investment objective. Whether you want to buy the car, you want to save it for your children's education, for your monthly income or retirement. All these objectives must all share a simple customer profiling of an individual. From these 5 questions, from this profiling, Okay, and all this, by the way, is run under an algorithm, which I'll explain a bit later. Okay, they will profile you into, you allocate your portfolio. Example, if you are putting a 10,000 ringgit investment, okay, you could, depending on your persona and your investment criteria, okay, you could be allocated. If you are a young millennial, for example, it could be 60% in growth, okay, 30% in income, and 10% in inflation hedge. Yeah, that constitute 100% of your 10,000. Or if you are a retiree, okay, you could be the other way around because you have a shorter investment horizon. Okay, you could have income 60% in income, 30% in growth, and 10% inflation hedge. Yeah, so each individual have its own flavor, have its own customized portfolio, and it's all done by the machine. Okay, the so-called machine that have been designed based on various criteria. Okay, and in this low interest regime, okay, so it could be going into growth. Yeah. And inflation hedge is also important, okay? And this is really to hedge, because if an individual have, let's say, $1 million assets, okay, houses or cash or whatnot, and because you have a huge asset base, then the algorithm will probably allocate more into inflation hedge to protect your assets due to inflation. So part of this inflation hedge portfolio will consist of gold, commodities, REITs, and so on and so forth. So it's really a very smart allocation of a portfolio according to each individual needs. For example, in my TO, we have 231 possible constructions depending on each and every single individual. Okay, and more importantly, you look at it, is it does a rebalancing and optimizing. What it means is every month, depending on each individual robo-advisor, yeah, so the duration, yeah, so every month they would be rebalancing and optimizing it. So you would decide when to sell, what to sell, to try and rebalance and optimize your portfolio to an optimum level. And all these are done digitally by the system. Yeah. So so I think that's so important for this. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah, I shall skip this. Next slide in view of time. Yeah, slide. Okay, slide 23, please. I'm skipping a lot of slides due to time. 23, next slide. Slide 23, yeah, move on. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. One slide before. Yeah, okay. So what I'm trying to do, saying is for our robo-advisory, that actually 4 set of algorithms all happening at one time. Okay, there is a growth portfolio, as I mentioned. Growth portfolio is a selection of ETFs. In total, we have close to about 31 ETFs been activated today. Yeah, so there is in terms of the growth portfolio, we look at a lot of funds. We look at smart beta, the minimum volatility, the valuation, the momentum, to various algorithms to pick the right ETFs and monitor them accordingly. And income, looking at high income yield relative to risk. Inflation hedge, we look at the correlation between each asset classes and mention CPI. Okay, and there is also a next page, please. Next page, please. Yeah. Okay. So there is okay, there is an AI assist behind it. The AI assist really look at the market sentiment, trying to look at the market. We call it the market of sites in text, looking at headlines and news, and trying to balance the portfolio accordingly. Yeah. So as I've said just now, is a combination of a machine and a humans. Okay, and the machine is very good at processing large amount of data very quickly, optimizing and recognizing patterns. Yeah, whereas the human, okay, the human are good at deciding on the objective and underlying economic rationale, making judgment, and they are the one that design the algorithm. Okay, so in the robo advisory business like ours, there is always human behind it too. Okay, in fact, there's an investment committee that looks at it and balance things out and monitor the mechanics behind it. Yeah. So next slide, please. Yeah. Okay. Can you move to slide 30? Move on. And now. Move to one slide up. Sorry, move down. Down. No, okay, it's slide 30. It's slide 30. Anyway, yeah, okay. So I think that important to look at the as I said, the economic environments versus a robo advisor. First of all, it is very affordable. Okay, we make it very affordable, and most of them will charge between 0.5 to 1% fees. Okay, and you can start investing ringgit, 100 ringgit to start an investment portfolio. There's no upfront fees, and it's become very affordable, and it provides you with the same investment advice as what a typical wealth manager will provide to the so-called elite and the wealthy one. Okay, so I think that what it does is let me just repeat back on the 4 challenges, which is the uncertain economic outlook for Malaysia. So, and how would the DIM like us cater for this? Okay, as I said, the portfolios are all globally diversified and hold a range of assets across many countries and asset classes. Okay, and people will be looking for a customized and diversified portfolio. Okay, as I say, the portfolio is really a personalized portfolio which is constructed based on each individual risk and investment profile, and it's optimized by combining growth, income, and inflation hedge. Yeah, and obviously, as you invest, most of us invest in ETFs that is listed in the stock exchange US. So people will be worried about risk of currency fluctuation, risk to risk Malaysia ringgit, but the currency in our platform, currency exposure is not hedged. But by holding assets in a range of currencies, the risk of impact from each currency is actually reduced. Okay, and then lately there are a lot of concerns on the rising US Treasury yields environment. Okay, so as I said, a platform like MyTeo holds a range of assets. So rising Treasury yields can be negative for some assets like bonds, but positive for the others. And simply because of the wide diversification across multiple asset classes. Okay, and obviously like the risk of inflation. Okay, and we have a portfolio that try to meet these challenges. The inflation hedge portfolio invests in precious metal, real estates, and so on to really protect your real value of portfolio. So in summary, as you look at it, is a digital investment management platform really takes all this into consideration, and this all and how is it done so efficiently because it's heavily digitized. The originally the design and the various factors and the various economic factors and so on and so forth are been firstly designed by international fund managers, like our case. It's a bunch of portfolio managers with international experience, fund experience. So they put their thoughts into an algorithm to make it very affordable for all the people, for all the investors. Yeah. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, so as my parting advice to all of us out there is really be very careful on the investment advice out there. There are various scams on promising unreasonable, unrealistic returns. So make sure that you know who they are. Make sure they've been registered and approved by the authorities. And more importantly is to really practice diversification. Okay, as I said, diversification. Okay, it needs a lot of knowledge, but in engaging a robo-advisor platform, okay, really takes all this so-called thinking, knowing the market, keeping track of market away, because it really takes care of all this heavy lifting for you. Yeah, and we really invest in long-term investment horizons, okay, and try not to be fearful during market dips. I know it's not easy, but and stay within your risk appetite. Yeah, so I think that many of us are scared of risk of losing money from investment. Yeah, but the risk of you retiring without money can also be real and scary. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. Well, we have a promo code that you can always come in. That is myteo.deem. Yeah. Okay. Well, I think that's basically that's the end of my session. Okay. I think I passed my time. Yeah. I'm not sure whether I have time to take any questions. Hello. Yeah. Okay. So again, thank you very much. And sorry that I rushed through the many of things that I need to cover, but in view of time. But this is really to give you a flavor of what the digital investment management can do. It is going to make digital investment really affordable. Okay, adopting institutional style of investment, wealth management advice, and make sure that everybody is able to invest at a very minimal cost, affordable, and yeah. So I think that happy investing, and to all of us out there, please take care and stay safe. Again, thank you very much for the organizers and the attendants. Thank you very much.
Welcome back, guys, and thank you so much, Ronnie, for such a thorough and eye-opening presentation. Now for our first track of the day, banking and finance. Ooh, very juicy. We have a powerful lineup of industry experts to give insight on reimagining the digital future of the financial services industry. Our first guest, Fung Chi Mun, Chief Technology Officer and co-founder of MoneyLion Inc., a leading digital bank based in the States. He runs MoneyLion's Malaysian office, which serves as the company's technology and artificial intelligence hub. Then we also have our second panelist, Mohammed Rizwan Abdul Aziz, the advisory board member of FinTech Association Malaysia. He has over 20 years of commercially driven regulatory compliance and technology experience in Asia Pacific alone. And then, of course, we have our moderator, Ravi Raghunathan Kitani, the financial services technology lead of PwC Southeast Asia Consulting. He has over 25 years of consulting experience delivering successful business transformation, globally for banks, insurers, and asset managers. Now, a reminder to those at home that if you have any questions for the panelists or even for Ravi, the moderator, feel free to write in the Q&A box as well as the comment section, whether you are watching on Zoom, LinkedIn, YouTube, Facebook, whatever it is. A gentle reminder that you are tuned in the Star Wealth Summit 2021 live virtual conference. And guess what? Just a little reminder before we start our panel that we also have a competition ongoing. So do tune in. You can also click on use our QR code that is usually at the corner of the screen to learn more about the competition. So let's start our panel discussion, shall we? Enough about me. Over to you, Ravi.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you so much for that very kind introduction. It's actually my pleasure to host this very, very interesting kind of fireside chat. Unfortunately, we are not by a fire. We are all, sitting safe in our homes, but we still think of this as a fireside chat because I'm talking to not only to industry experts, but also people that I consider friends. So hopefully, we will go through this in a very, collegial manner. We will have a bit of banter around us and really get to understanding something that I think is kind of on the top of everybody's mind. So we're talking about COVID. There's a lot of news about COVID. Hopefully, everybody's safe and healthy. But we also want to take one step forward from COVID. We want to kind of paint the future of what financial services will look into the future. I'm talking 5, 10 years from now, not what's going to happen. But I would be remiss if I do not talk a little bit about COVID. I don't think there's going to be any conversation today that does not include something about COVID. COVID has essentially moved the needle significantly. It has essentially taken most industries, definitely financial services, from something that was very, very, it was moving fast, it was making changes, but the kind of changes that have come into financial services just in the last 12 months is monumental. Just imagine the last time you ever visited a branch. Probably not in the last year, unless you had to, right? Or just imagine the number of times you've been using your applications, whether it is from your bank or whether it is from your insurance company, whether it's from your wealth management company, and even digital investing. The previous presenter was speaking like this. These are things that are coming into common day lexicon as we speak. While incumbent financial services institutions are really, really trying to catch up and improve and invest in digital technologies and how to cope with this new world. But I do believe that there are new players that are coming in, the fintechs, and we've got 2 excellent panelists here to talk about that as to who will challenge these banks. So we are seeing that really interesting juxtaposition of all the existing banks trying to really go and improve their capabilities while at the same time being challenged probably like never before. This is an industry that has never been challenged. And Cheeman, Rizwan, and I have talked about it a number of times, right? So I want to start this conversation by setting up a little bit of context around 4 big things that are happening that I believe will actually change financial services in the future. The first thing is contextual banking. What I call contextual banking is how financial services is essentially going to be embedded into everyday lives, right? Like for a number of years, financial services, banks, insurance companies, wealth managers, were separate from your day-to-day life, whether you're buying a car, buying a house, having a kid, planning for retirement. But how do those 2 things get embedded? I think contextual delivery of financial services in what we as people are going to do is going to change significantly. So what does this mean for banking? We'll talk a little bit about that. The second is the rise of technology and the super apps. the fact that your go-to application is 9 or 10 apps on your phone, that is the window for your world. Whether you're consuming news, whether you're consuming financial services, whether you're buying stuff, that is going to be the window to the world. And I do believe that that's where a lot of financial services will indeed happen. The third is big data and AI, right? How data and AI, which is now becoming more and more ubiquitous, it is not the preserve of a few people, it is available to everybody. And we are now talking about open banking standards where that financial data, transactional data is available in a compliant manner to many, many people. That is going to have significant changes. And we can talk about a lot of examples, right? And last but not the least, and this is where I definitely want to get Ridwan's views on smart regulation and regulatory technology. I do believe that the regulators are getting smarter and smarter. I promised myself that I'm not going to talk about the 5 digital bank licenses that are coming. But I plug on that. Obviously, we know that that is happening, and that's going to change the world. But in general, if you really want to regulate this new world of financial services, the way it has been done in the past is not going to work. So what is that technology that is coming into regulation and regulation technology that will allow us to really, really regulate this new world? Look at fraud, look at all of the misconduct risk, look at operational risk without having to have huge costs involved. So that is changing. So in my view, I think my really to encourage all the audience to ask questions, and I will just start it. I'll start with Ronnie, if that's okay with you, Rizwan. So how do you see the future of financial services in the next, specifically from a fintech ecosystem standpoint? Just talk about 4 big things, and I think fintech ecosystem is critical to this. So how do you see it, Rizwan?
Thank you, Ravi. That's really a great question, and thank you to the staff for inviting me and allowing me to be part of this great event. 2 key aspects that I think is really crucial in terms of how it will shape how the financial services is going to look like, not only now, but for the years to come, is in a way where the players and the stakeholder look at it, whether you want to see it as a pure challenger that's coming to disrupt, or you want to see it as a collaborative force that will actually improve the financial services quality, delivery, as well as its effectiveness. And this to be a mindset that has to be decided by the key stakeholders for the landscape of the future financial services going forward. And having put that forward, I think what you said just now, one key aspect that I think should also be put out as a second piece to embed financial services into the lifestyle of many people is to make it responsible from a provider as well as from the consumer point of view, because that would give different dynamics in terms of how inclusivity, trustworthiness, relevant literacy sharing, and lead to the solution embedded. Because currently we see that element, especially in terms of trying to make it responsible from both supplier and the receiver side, it's not being looked at in a proper way. It's more like an afterthought as per how we see it today. So that would also segue later into how we look at the regulatory technology and the consistency in terms of how improvement can be made for both providers, as well as the ability for the consumer to understand going forward. So yeah, I really like to use that data as a platform for us to detail out how the future financial services is going to look like. Thank you.
Rizwan, absolutely. I think, that partnerships and non-traditional players, I think, will be a key part. I do think that, the type of folks will be in financial services today, which is limited to the banking institutions that we talk about, and some of the new fintech players, change significantly. So Chiman, kind of related point, right? What's going to remain and of the current construct? Who are going to be some of the winners? Where do you see the most disruption?
Well, thanks for having me, Ravi, and the STAR organizer. They often say the future is here. It's just not evenly distributed. If you look around the world, you can see there are a lot of innovation going on. Just the US alone, you can see a lot of disruption from something that most people up until even 5 years ago will never expect such disruption will happen, such as just simply the saving and checking account. Players like Chime, ourselves, Moneyline, and Varo are signing up huge amounts of bank accounts simply because of seamless delivery of the product. And for the longest time, most banks will tell us that these are the kind of undifferentiated product, but obviously takes some reimagining and it becomes differentiated. So I think that is something that is not only right for disruption, but it is already being disrupted. And the other thing is the gentleman from the session before this is that investment is going to be extremely interesting. There are two fronts of it. One of it is to automate a lot of these investment decisions that otherwise is hard for the general population to make with robo-advisory and with demand investing and whatnot. So that's something that that has been taking off around the world quite some. And the other thing is the question of access. Buying stocks used to be quite expensive. You have to buy the whole stock. With the invention or repackaging of products with buying fractional single stocks, it becomes very. It drives down the mode of access to this kind of product. Nowadays, people can just round up their spending to invest into this kind of stocks, and it's a very good way to area, and also that I just think that and breaking down the barrier of experiment still play a very important role. They are being designated by the government and the state as a who can do fractional capital. So is essentially that is something that no one else in the economy can do, and they do provide a very important role in the economy by providing liquidity. So I think those part of it, I don't think is going to go anytime soon.
I'm just getting some messaging saying that we're not getting Chiman. It looks like we've got Chiman back on. We may have missed a bit of what you just said, Chiman. Just one thing that I wanted to kind of do a little bit of a deep dive is, we talked about a lot of new players coming in, the Robinhoods of the world, and people like yourselves, very successful digital bank. But what happens to the existing folks? Like what part of the construct will remain, right? Think about the expensive constructs that we have around branches, around head offices. Like, how do you think about that? If you can dive a little bit deeper into that, that'd be fantastic.
I think branches is the traditional banks get to concentrate their effort on the profitable branches and potentially take away some of the non-profitable branches, and just because of the advance of mobile technology. And you can see in the US, at least, the technology players have been driving down the cost of serving to a lot of the traditional players as well, and which kind of forced the traditional players to increase their rate of innovation. Robinhood famously offer almost no cost to any single stock buying or investment, or even robo-advisory for that matter. And that drives Charles Schwab to offer similar way of doing business. And I think the other thing is that it also push the traditional player to go higher into the market, where people like Charles Schwab potentially will serve high net worth people, whereas the masses will go to more generally more democratized technology player.
Perfect. Thanks, Shivan. You talked about products, services, really changing. Now I want to kind of shift towards customer behavior. You always think about Steve Jobs, and he says that you need to give customers what they will need rather than what they want, because you need to predict what the customer will need in the future. As somebody who is actually designing the future of financial services on a day-to-day basis, how do you see customer behavior changing?
Customer definitely, the demand for product is generally there. Most of them were unmet. A lot of need for financial services are very real time. Like, for example, if I need credit, it will be good if the credit were given to me when I'm buying something, because I need credit for certain reasons. So right now, because of the way that credit products are generally designed, such as credit cards, such as loans, you have to apply for it, and they will give you a line of credit, which is, to me, is a reasonably antiquated idea. Whereas if you want to buy a big screen TV today, then during the checkout time, the credit is being afforded to you right away. So and these are generally possible nowadays, and a lot of players around the world are providing that, including some of the players in Malaysia as well. And I think these fundamentally change how the customers expect financial services to be done. The other thing is that so one thing is that they definitely want the financial services to be more real time, to be more invisible, in such a way that they don't have to go and apply for a credit card. So essentially, the bank should be able to look at the bank account and be able to infer the creditworthiness and the eligibility just simply based on the data that they already have. And so more real time. The second thing is that it has to be a lot easier to be used. For example, like TransferWise, if anyone who have done TT activity before will think that TransferWise did not just digitize the process. What they make is that they make the product at least 10 times easier, in my opinion, simply because they streamline the whole application form. They don't just digitize the application form, they streamline the whole application process and sending process. To me, the user will start expecting this kind of experience, and if anyone who are still doing the traditional money transfer form, I think will be disrupted.
You're absolutely right. Ridwan, I'd love to hear your thoughts. APAC, I think in many ways, I know you provided a bit of a US perspective, which is great, but also APAC, I believe, is at the forefront of what, some of this revolution. Love to hear some examples locally and regionally.
Sure. Yeah, I think from what Chiman said just now, I want to chime saying that ASEAN and APAC at large, in terms of combining product, services, and as well as inevitably the channel, it's really unique compared to other regions. One is, that there's so many countries. EU also has so many countries, but the difference is in ASEAN and APAC, it is not standardized as per how EU is being structured. And to me, though some quarters are saying that this is a problem, but it is actually via digitalization and technology, an opportunity to mass customize various aspects. Mass customization capabilities was never there. Don't talk about 10 years ago. I mean, even 5 years ago, a lot of digital companies are struggling to do it. But there are certain brands that has proven that they are able to mass customize, and they are doing it. I mean, for now, through super app that's cross-border, and they are linking those different customization through their super app. And it's just a matter of time before these differences can be actually reconciled and allow more enhanced and more control or more responsible way of how we do a cross-border transaction. Secondly, in ASEAN and APAC, if you look at it, there's also an opportunity uniquely where conventional and the Sharia digitalization can happen. This is pretty unique because it's distinct, but the opportunity to link these two via digitalization is probably one of the catalysts that would enrich value creation as well as enhancing the economic pie and value of many countries that's willing to adopt this and embracing this. And thirdly, just to close it off, is when you are able to link beyond financial services as a result of just a simple interoperability through microservices and API, this will also allow the economic activities, not just financial services, to also be digitally linked, okay, allowing cross-border onboarding, primary and secondary investment and trading to be enlarged. And this will also facilitate for the framework of supervision to also be linked through RegTech, okay? So these are the uniqueness and the nuances that I think need to be explored. I think some quarters are already thinking about it, but digitalization would definitely push this and facilitate this, and people like Chiman definitely can help in terms of putting this together. Yeah, I support you, Chiman, for this.
I've got a question from the audience, which I loved the question. Maybe it's to you, Ridwan, and Chiman, please feel free to chime in. I love the way you can buy stuff at the supermarket and walk out because it automatically can deduct from your account. It's a frictionless transaction. You might have seen the Amazon store in Seattle, and all the back-end vetting has been done in advance. Accounting, sweeping of your bank accounts, a lot of technologies are there. Is that there in Malaysia already, or is it coming? How do you see it, future of financial services? Ridwan, I think you're on mute.
Chiman, you go first, Chiman. I want to have a drink.
Okay. I think that particular technology is always interesting. But to me, that technology is more performative than actual innovation. Simply because, frankly, I just think checking out shouldn't be that big of a deal. However, I think if you're talking how everything are being linked to your financial account, to your budgeting tools, and potentially to your credit as well, and the whole checking out experience is seamless, I think that make a lot of sense. The truth is that even in the US, it's not very prevalent. There are a few flagship stores that does this kind of stuff, but it's still not a very prevalent technology yet.
Suffice to say, I think the technology is there. It's a question of, how do you make an economic model around that work? Because I've seen some stats around the Seattle store for Amazon. It is definitely a proof of concept. It's not something that is commercially viable at this point of time. Just imagine the amount of cameras that you need, the RFID, and the whole ecosystem that you need. Okay, fantastic. So I want to talk about data. I think, I want to demystify data, and I think we've got Chima, probably, one of the global leaders in this space, and, proudly Malaysian, I must say. Really, what's the fundamental role of data and AI in financial services? I'd also want to talk a little bit about the ethical angle of AI, which you and I have talked about quite a bit. And Rizwan, if you can add on to that specific piece, because there is a regulatory, angle to that as well.
We can talk about AI for like the next 48 hours.
I've been told 12 minutes.
Yes, and I think as a person who have been in working with AI for pretty much for my life, I just think that the democratization for the last 5 to 10 years was extremely interesting, and I think it allows the usage of it to be. I don't think for a lot of financial institutions it is something that helped them to make their product better. I think it's the first principle that they have to design from, where everything has to be based on data, and customer insight is you can get customer insights with very long tail customer insights with good data mining technology, and a group of people who take the insight and productize it. I think the productization of artificial intelligence is going to be the most practical investment that any financial institution can make in the next 5 years or so. And really what AI brings into the picture is the long tail personalization, automated personalization. And you have a lot of segments. Instead of serving like 2 or 3 segments in the top 20%, you are having like 200 segments in the next 80%. And which means that the next generation financial institution will be more like Spotify rather than your old, CD store or record store. And I'm quite sure a lot of young people do not know what are those stores. Yeah. But it will be more like Spotify, where you can almost where you can have a very long tail type of products. And the other thing is that it should also facilitate experimentations, because there are a lot of customer behavior that we don't understand, and the world economy actually changed rapidly. 5 years ago, you never heard of anyone doing gig economy. Nowadays, you have a sizable gig economy workers population. So how do you change with these kind of macroeconomic changes, right? So, and it's the only way to be able to cater towards this kind of changes rapidly is rapid experimentation, because once upon a time, knowing things is extremely important. Nowadays, knowing what you do not know constantly is actually more important, and the ability to find out. And that is, to me, that's the major way AI will be used in financial institutions.
just in the interest of time, Rizwan, I'll ask you to comment a little bit about the impact of AI, especially from a regulatory standpoint. Cheeman, I know you and I can, and Rizwan can talk about this for a long time, but I also want to really have your final thoughts and words, Rizwan, around the whole regulatory landscape and how do you see that kind of evolving in this new world? Because regulators are very used to regulating a finite number of institutions. And as Cheeman said, now it is democratized, right? It's going to be in every street corner. How does that world change? I think that would be great to get your thoughts.
I think that's really a great point, and I really hope that this can be really considered. I think the philosophy of the current regulation is mainly when you talk about financial services, it's about protecting the customers, customer protection. Yeah, but I think that notion or that philosophy need to be a little bit changed in terms of looking at it from three things. First and foremost, of course, customer centricity in terms of making sure that the journey and the experience is protected. It's not really about, because if you want to have embedded financial services in life, the responsibility also needs to be put on the consumer themselves to be knowledgeable and able to understand what they are going into. So literacy, I mean, it doesn't have to be said, it has to be the cornerstone of how, a digital economy, okay? And then secondly is regulatory framework needs to be facilitative and analytically driven. It has to have data that supports whatever that they want to do. And just like the industry, the third point is the regulator themselves must have the ability to pivot reasonably quickly for them to address what I said in number 1 and number 2 just now. So this is where they would be able to be effective and would be efficient enough to regulate digital financial services as well as the economy at large. But it can only happen if this is approached from a collaborative mindset, not looking at it as a challenge to the current system, but a collaborative things that can actually implement and enhance what we already have. Yeah, that's what I thought the regulatory framework should look like going forward, even starting from now. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's such a good point, right? In general, regulators, try their best to keep up with what is happening, but this world is changing at a pace that is unbelievable. And Cheeman's point earlier, right? The fact that who would have imagined, Chime, Moneylion, Tonic Bank, and you can name any one of these names, right? It could be the household names, as opposed to Bank of America, JP Morgan, right? Like it's just, this is not dissimilar to other industries, right? Tesla is worth more than General Motors, right? So it's across all industries, but for some reason, and especially people like me and some of you who have been around in this industry, we thought that financial services is immune to it, right? This is an old industry. Who can ever disrupt it? You've got the regulatory kind of protection, if you will, all of that stuff, right? But I think that is changing. I do believe that that has changed. So I do have only 4 more minutes, but I want to now talk about the risk aspect of it, right? We have talked a lot about the, what good things it can do, a little bit about the risk. I think there is a question from the audience about, some, automated, money being withdrawn from accounts. How do you put risk and controls around this new disruptive technology? We think about this a lot because I believe that the new world of risk and control should be better for the customer in this new world than what it was, which was very heavily dependent on human beings. So, Rizwan, maybe I start with you and your closing comments, and then pass it on to Chi for your final comment.
Yeah, I think that's really a great question. About risk management, as I said earlier, it has to be supported by knowledge, relevant knowledge from both the financial service provider as well as the consumer. Because, very simple analogy, if now you are given a motorcycle or you are riding motorcycle at this point of time, you can go from point A to point B, and you say that, okay, the primary mode of you moving from one side to another is motorcycle, and the risk associated to riding a bike is known to you. But suddenly fintech came, and this is where you are given a different mode of transportation. A car that has 4 wheels, it has a different dynamic, especially in the features. But in our context that we are talking about now, different risk aspect that you need to learn. And those who provide you with the cars actually have thought about the risk management aspect that's given to that vehicle that is given to you. But you as a consumer, you then now need to understand how to take a corner, how to brake, and how to even park that thing and make yourself safe. So similar to financial services. So that knowledge aspect, the financial literacy aspect, need to also embed the knowledge about risk management. And then only this would be effective. It doesn't work if just the bank knows about this, but the consumer are not. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Rizwan. Shimon, final thoughts before we wrap?
I'm always interested in the risk aspect of the fintech, especially when you are doing large-scale experimentations. How do you have a floor of the risk that you are taking, and anyone who are involved in this kind of endeavor, there is a very established ways to make sure that you don't lose your shirt, so to say, in the experimentation that we have done. But just to increase our automations do bring. I think the increase of automation, the good thing is that it's extremely auditable, and there are trails for everything. But the problem is that when certain bugs, software bugs, and unintended consequence happen, it can happen very rapidly. And thus, with that, I think a lot of how we build products, how we build banking products, should be more akin to how we build technology products from now on, like how you build Facebook, how you build Google, where you have a lot of monitoring, a lot of what they call the observability in place.
I think that's a fantastic point. I think, I close on that point, right? We talked a lot about financial services, the world of financial services. Net, I think it will be very beneficial to customers. It will democratize the whole process, but it has risks involved in it. And we need to think about risk differently. Building a banking product, and I love that comment that you made, right? Building that banking product is now akin to building an engineering product. Whether it's a software engineering product, whether it's a bridge, whether it is a car, it has to be built to last and has to have the resiliency, which is way higher than we were probably used to. And because I fundamentally believe that if in the existing world and the old world, you had a lot of human checks to ultimately catch an issue. You don't have that, right? You cannot, if you're doing this at scale, you don't have that. So how do you build those checks and balances into your development process, your testing process, your overall engineering and architecture, which I think is going to make the fundamental change. And I see, promise. I see a lot of companies really striving towards it. I see regulators getting much more vigilant about this. And I think, overall, I think this will be fantastic for the economy, for the world at large. And goes back to financial services societal purpose, to help people. And I will end with what happened in the Great Depression. Basically, at the end of Great Depression came out JP Morgan. And Mr. Morgan, what he did was essentially to help people who were coming out of the Great Depression through financial services improve their lives. I think that is the calling for us. And hopefully we will all be able to step up to that. Thank you, Chi. Thank you so much, Rizwan. Wonderful insights. And thank you, Star, for hosting us today.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our esteemed panelists and moderator. I hope those at home or watching from the office learn a thing or two and some useful tips that you can also apply to your daily lives and investments. Let's welcome our next speaker, Jessie Lee, founder of Soleil Trinity Resource, with her presentation on navigating the 2021 storm, how to attract more wealth. Jessie Lee is a celebrity consultant, global speaker, and a fully trained and certified professional instructor of tarot, Chinese metaphysics, and Western divination. Take it away, Jessie.
Thank you. Right, thank you. All right, first of all, I would like to thank the Star, okay, for giving me this opportunity to share, okay, my humble knowledge based on Chinese metaphysics, okay, to share with you how to attract more wealth, okay, based on Chinese astrology. And of course, first of all, it will be good if I can actually bring to you like my slides, okay, on the screen. Yeah, I'm still waiting for my slides to appear on the screen. I'm not sure if all of you can hear me. Those of you on Facebook, okay? Right, those of you on YouTube and also LinkedIn, right? If you can hear me, all right, it would be good if you can just give me a response, all right? Because I'm just waiting for my slides to appear on screen itself. And of course, today's session itself, right, I'll be sharing with you as like how to actually use, or based on this Chinese astrology, all right, what exactly it means by money. All right, so today itself, right, I'm actually to bring you towards the other side, okay, of the topic itself. Okay, so yeah, I'm still waiting for the slides, okay, to actually, yeah, Zoom sound is okay. Thank you, KY Tan. All right, thank you for your reply on that. So I'm just still waiting for the slides to be on the screen, all right, so that I can actually start the session. All right, thank you to all of you for tuning in. Now, I'm going to share with you using the Chinese metaphysics or astrology part where, all right, remember, this is not something to be like, you know, superstitious nor paranoid about, right? If those of you who are very new in terms of like astrology, let me bring to you my next slide, okay, if you can see here. Now, what is money got to do with Chinese metaphysics or astrology? Okay, I'm not saying that here you can actually buy some trinkets, okay, do some feng shui, do some magic work, and then suddenly your bank account will grow in terms of your money. Now, it doesn't happen that way. In fact, I really urge out to you, if anyone or so-called any astrologers or any feng shui practitioners that tells you, if you actually pay us, okay, to do certain things, to go to your house with a magic wand and then try to actually do some magic onto your house, and you think that your bank account money will actually grow, we are all living in denial. Okay, now what exactly is astrology and what does money has to do when it comes to metaphysics or astrology point of view? All right, now in terms of metaphysics, right, okay, we see money or wealth as a form of energy, because to us, right, everything in existence in the universe, okay, what's going on in our environment and all that is a form of energy. Human is a form of energy. So money is also a form of energy. So when it appears as a form of energy, it comes and it goes, all right? So it doesn't stay because energy is something, or what we call in Chinese metaphysics, the qi. The energy of money itself, right, is always keep on fluctuating. It always up and down, in and out, okay? So if that's the sense that money represented by the energy when it comes to astrology, we also need to know on the next slide here, in all astrology or metaphysics or Chinese metaphysics, be it in terms of like Chinese medicine. On the next slide, you can actually see that everything based on the concept of yin and yang. All right, so if you can see on the slides here that symbol of black and white, or what we call the Tao symbol, or mainly known to people as the yin and yang symbol, represents everything in the universe. Okay, from the universe itself, you have the sun and the moon that represents by the yin and the yang. We have male and female, the opposition of things, the opposite of things. All right, we have, of course, right, you know, yin and yang represents the day and the night. Okay, so everything in the universe or in our life itself, okay, is represented by yin and yang. Now, you can actually segregate people who are rich compared to people who are poor. This is yin and yang. This is division. Now, once the division of yin and yang is in the market or it's in the environment, we understand that this is a symbol that governs the energy that is ongoing in the universe. So all astrology, Chinese, okay, Chinese astrology, including traditional Chinese medicine, it evolved or revolved around this particular concept. So when it comes to money, the yin and yang also tells us a lot about the energy of money. And of course, yang counterpart here represents our wealth, okay? The money itself represents the yang, something that we achieve, is achievements of life. Whereas the yin counterpart here represents prosperity, abundance. Right, that represents the fulfillment of life. All right. Now, this actually says that, okay, or tells us that now achievement in terms of wealth and money is very important, because that actually is something on the yang counterpart. But you can also see there are scenarios that they are super wealthy people. They are tycoons. They are rich people. Okay. Around the earth in history itself, right, they are actually at a level that they are very rich, but they are also in a state of depression. And some of them, even though they have achievement in terms of fame, in terms of like, financial stability, they still goes into the extent of like, in a way, depressions, or in a way ending their own life. Now, why is that so? Is because from the yin and yang perspective, they have the achievement, but without the fulfillment. But today itself, right, okay, we have to be in a way like very, very practical into our day-to-day life, okay? Because a lot of people say that, oh yeah, money is not like everything, okay? At the end of the day, is the fulfillment, is the love. Yes, I do agree with it. But we're also living in a material world, okay? Whether you like it or not, money is very, very important in this world. Because if you think that, oh, money is not the most important thing, try to actually, in a way, pay your bills or your credit card bills, okay, by a hug. It won't work, okay? Try to actually go to the people that you owe them money and say that, oh, love is the most important thing, you try to hug them, okay? It just won't work. Why is it so? It's because we are living in an environment that the earth here represents, the environment here represents, okay, the achievement or the money that actually pushes things to flow. Whether we like it or not, our daily life, our living costs and all these things, we need money. So when it comes to astrology, there are three components that are very important. So if you look at the next slide here, I'm sharing with you the components of what we call the cosmic trinity. What actually, in terms of astrology, makes the world goes around, okay? So these three components itself, if we understand them, if we can actually, in a way, manage them or master them, that is also the time where we can master our destiny. All right, means that we can now do the things in our own favor. Means that we want to actually, in a way, manage our own life or our destiny instead of the environment or our luck merely managing us. Now, these three components, right, in Chinese, it is called heaven, earth, and man, okay? Right, those of you who know Chinese, you have heard about this, 天時地利人和. Now, in English terms also, people always talk about this, okay? It is about doing the right thing at the right time with the right people, okay? So now, how does this cosmic trinity works, okay? So if you look at heaven, heaven represents our emotion. Now, all of us, we are born with a set of emotions that do not need to be educated, all right? Every one of us, we know fear, we know happiness, we know joy, we know anger, we know frustration. All these things is something that is inborn within us, okay? From the moment that we are born, we know how to cry. When we're happy, we know how to laugh. It's not something that we need to get educated about it. It's an inborn emotion. Now, it's different from the people who choose to hang on to a certain emotion for the longest time. People who cannot let go of their emotions, that's another story. But all of us are heaven's given of a set of emotions that will come and go in our life, all right? Now, the next equation is the earth. Now, earth here represents the environment. Now, our environment, the things that's happening, okay, in our environment, the things that's happening in our country, in our community, in our family, all this shapes our belief, right? So since young, whatever family background, who our parents are, our environment, our community, our country, all this sets the belief of each individual. So when it comes to earth itself, right, okay, we believe that these are the areas where every individual's belief are formed. And of course, the last part, which is also a very important part, is human. Now, human here is our individual's action, decisions, or in other words, we call it convictions. Means every one of us will have a free will to make certain decisions or take certain actions in our life, all right? So now, take a deeper look into convictions itself. Now, in the next slide, conviction here that represents human itself, right? It can be, in a way, graded as conscious, victorious actions. It means that we have a choice to constantly choose, okay, actions that are powerful, to empower us, or we can also have a choice to choose, okay, actions that in a way that put us in a powerless state, or we constantly victimize ourselves. Like whatever that's happening in the environment, the pandemic, COVID-19, okay, the economy fear that most of the people are having now. Okay, everyone is going through the same. But what difference from individual to individual is we have a choice to see this, okay, as something, okay, that we can actually make conscious action to attend more, like in a way, seminars or conventions or workshops like this to learn more of how to actually manage our life, or we can consider to actually stay victimizing ourselves. We can constantly say that, oh yeah, now we are a victim to circumstance because of the COVID, our business fails, we lose our job, we lose the money we used to have, okay? So that is a choice that we can make. And when we make those choices itself, right, okay, and we understand that emotion, belief, and also conviction itself, okay, three things when it merge together, the next slides now will actually, in a way, sums up things, right? When it sums up means that we know now, heaven, earth, and man, okay, sums out our destiny, our final destinations, okay, overall beings of ourselves. So when we look at this, we can actually easily sum up that emotion plus belief plus conviction equals to ourself, our destiny, or in this case itself, our wealth or prosperity. So if we actually look at this way, now we need to understand what is emotions and belief in the first place, okay? What are these things and how it actually, in a way, affect us? So if you look at the next slide, I'm sure all of you have heard about our mind, okay? And of course, some of you have actually heard about how our mind function, our conscious and our subconscious mind, right? If you look at, okay, how scientifically it has proven that we have a 10% impact on the conscious mind that in a way that affects our actions, our willpower, our critical thinking, our logical thinking. But 90% of our mind itself remains subconscious, okay? Or we call it unconscious as well. So these are the things on autopilot mode. We are not consciously aware of it, okay? And this is the 90% that also governs our beliefs and also our emotions is part of this, okay? Besides the rest of the things. All right, so if we know that belief plus emotions plus action equals to our final outcome or our final destinations equals ourselves, how we want to see ourselves. And our belief and emotions are highly, in a way, governed by our subconscious mind. So if we understand this, it means that whatever consciously we are thinking about, whatever consciously we think, we want the investment, we want the money, we want more money in life, okay? We want to achieve more. We try very hard, okay, to have more side hustles, okay, or side investments. That is our conscious mind telling us, okay, that is what we want. But at the same time, if 90% of our subconscious mind, okay, are not in line or not aligned to our conscious actions, okay, it will be an internal dilemma that's constantly happening within us. So the next slides here, in a way, okay, generally brings us to understand that, you see, our conscious and our subconscious here is like, pushing up a boulder up to a peak of a mountain. Where else, 90% of the subconscious is actually the thing that is governing us, our emotions, our beliefs, our perspective. Where else our 10% conscious, okay, it's only so strong yet, okay, to push this boulder up to the peak. So the more we push it without realizing it, that our 90% subconscious might not be in alignment, okay, the chances is it's always one step forward, two steps back, okay? So here we understand that if belief, emotions, and convictions can actually, in a way, govern ourselves. It also sums up to the next slide here that you can see that, all right, belief and emotions, okay, also governs the economy, okay? Right, so if you look at the next slide, okay, over here, you see that the belief and emotions here controls the economy and also ourselves. Because you see, every individual being, every individual person, okay, if you collectively put on every individual being, okay, in the society itself, that actually, in a way, sums up to the economy. So the economy fluctuations, okay, whether economy is good or it's not so good, has greatly involving the beliefs and also the emotions of general public, okay, of the populations. When the public or the people, okay, have hope, have high hope, they have faith, okay, they have trust, okay, that's when the economy will go up. So if you look at the economy from the standpoint of beliefs collectively from the people around, the more fear and uncertainty, okay, the more like losing confidence, okay, the more losing of trust that the people are living, okay, in the society going through, right, the worse that you can see that it will hit the economy. So if we see from this point of view, okay, we know that the first thing, okay, right, we want to break through is, of course, individual. If everyone has this awareness of whatever that is blocking us towards achieving that greater wealth, if everyone is aware of 90% of our subconscious of belief and emotions that are in a way indirectly governing ourselves or our life, okay, that will actually lead to probably in a way money losing out. We couldn't attract it. If we are aware of it, okay, if we can actually put collectively people, okay, together, that will slowly in a way increase, okay, the economy, okay, or at least our personal financial status. So in order to do that, we need to break through in terms of astrology. Now, how to actually break through? Now, the breakthrough itself, right, the next step is you can actually see from the next slide, the 3 steps of breakthroughs to prosperity. Now, if you look at this itself, right, okay, in order for us to make that breakthroughs in life, okay, we have the first step, it is power, that is very important. Focus and also strategy, okay? Now, of course, strategy is not something that I'm going to share with you today, all right? Because strategies, we have so many financial advisors or so many experts and also so many financial gurus that, of course, the Star Wealth Summit here has already prepared for all of you, okay? Strategies actually comprises of our approach, our decisions, our actions, okay? Our form of investment, how to actually best do it. So of course now, okay, what I want to focus on is our power and also our focus. Now the power over here represents our mental states, our emotions, whereas the focus here represents our belief, whether we have, okay, empowering or limiting stories that we are in a way constantly telling ourselves, okay? Are we constantly telling ourselves that, okay, we are not good enough, we are fearful, okay, we are not ready for certain things? We are always living in this state of like uncertainty. Now, the more fear we have within us, okay, the more chances is we will attract from fear, okay? So in order to actually overcome that, we need to break through and ensure that our state of mind and also our emotions and our belief itself is functioning out of faith, out of courage, and not merely out of fear. And you can see that now a lot of people, even though they are in a way that wanted to do investments, but whatever that the investments that they're doing, they could have a lot of fear emotions within them, okay? They want to do something at the same time is they're worried about it. They're constantly asking questions, self-doubting themselves about it. And all this will affect our power and also our focus. What are the stories that we keep on telling ourselves in this lifetime, okay? Day-to-day endeavor, okay? A lot of time when people say that, if you heard people say things as in like, oh, it's not so easy. All right. Oh, you think that making money is that easy? No, there are still people having this mentality. So people in a way that are in a way trying so hard to save their money and dare not go into an investment is because they're afraid that whatever that they've made eventually will actually, in a way, they will lose it. So you see, if we want to actually make more wealth itself, right, the simple steps of making more wealth is very, very simple, okay? So if you look at the next slide over here, right, there are 3 steps to make more wealth, okay? So of course, in my understanding, it's like the first thing is we have to spend less, we earn more, and invest wisely. And invest wisely, this part is where all the financial experts comes in, right? They will give us different perspective, okay? The overview of the market. They would guide us, they would teach us what is the best way to invest wisely, all right? Now, but the thing is, okay, if we actually, in a way, do not know how to govern the internal fear that we have, the emotions that we have within us, the chances is whatever investments or whatever, in a way, actions that we take, it is still greatly, in a way, manipulated by fear. All right. So you can see here just now, I think Ronnie Tan has actually stated that now we are living in an environment where everything is like sad to see that a lot of people are not fully, in a way, equipped for their retirement plan. Okay, a lot of people do not concern about their retirement. Why? Because emotionally they don't feel it yet. Because probably retirement is 20 years down the road, probably 10 years. Some of you here probably another 30 years. Okay, so your thought of retirement is like you're not emotionally affected by it yet. Therefore, more people or a lot of people, they are not concerned about it because they don't feel, okay, the seriousness or the importance of it, because emotionally they are not affected. And you can also see that Chiman earlier, okay, Chiman actually mentioned that everything in our new norm, in the new era now, is like things become so easy. Even like TT, doing a TT nowadays is like, you know, it's so easy. It's just a click on the phone and you can transfer money in and out, okay, of our account. All right, and that also makes it like, you know, in the new era, because of the advancement of technology, which is a good thing, okay, which is very good that we are advancing. We can just sit around during a pandemic, staying at home, and we can still spend, okay. We can easily like go on online shopping, we can do investments, everything with a click on the phone or our laptop, okay, which is how technology or advancement of technology has actually moved us forward. But the thing is, if we are not aware of our emotions, if we are not aware of whatever that is governing us, within us, okay, whenever we have that spur of emotions, whenever we have like certain fear, certain anxiety, sadness, okay, all these emotions or excitement that comes in and kicks in, that is also the moment where people will actually start what? You know, emotionally spending, okay? That's the chances is where people will actually start even emotionally investing, okay? Right, a lot of people feels or think that they are investing, but without proper financial gurus or investing gurus, okay, on that to actually guide them, they also think that they are doing the right thing. But the thing is, a lot of the time, they are actually in a way reacting based on emotional reaction, all right? So if we understand this, okay, we know that whatever we try to manifest, if we want to attract more wealth, first thing is we cannot be repelling the wealth energy, okay? Because what we think is everyone wants money. Everyone wants to make more money. That's only 10% of our conscious mind. But 90% of our subconscious mind has a very high chance that are repelling this money energy within us. So if you look at the next slide over here, you see that. Now, what does it mean by manifestation? Okay, attracting more wealth means we want to manifest in terms of astrology, okay, term, we want to, in a way, manifest more wealth into our life. And manifestations, okay, actually means bringing forth what we desire into reality with matching vibrations. And when we talk about matching vibrations over here, it's all governed mainly by our subconscious mind. It's not so much of our conscious mind. So if you take a look at here, okay, what does it mean by matching vibrations? If you look at, again, the symbol of yin and yang, because everything in the universe itself, we mentioned that it is governed, okay, by the yin and yang. So the next slide over here brings us to now understand, okay, the yin and yang represents warm and cold, okay? It represents our conscious and subconscious. The yang, conscious, something physical, something tangible, something that we can see. Whereas the yin over here represents coldness, subconscious, something that we can't see, our emotions, okay, our feelings, okay, and our beliefs. Now, the yang also represents the presence of things, tangible, physical, it is that. Now, the yin counterpart represents the absence of things. Now, if we understand the yin and yang symbol can actually, in a way, represents this. Now, take a look at like 2 reasons why wealth come and go in our life, okay? So the 2 reasons that wealth come and go in our life, there are only 2 reasons. Either we are satisfied, okay, and start focusing on other things. Remember just now, power, focus, strategies that help us to attract whatever we want in our life, okay? So when there are certain people, they find after a certain stage that wealth is not, something that they're of concern anymore. Probably these are the people that have really made that big bucks, okay? To them, that's like losing a few million here and there. It doesn't really matter. So now probably they decided they want to focus more on family time, family value, their own time, their me time, doing the things that they're passionate about, okay? Doing the things that they are, in a way, interested about. So by doing that, we shift our focus. When we shift our focus, right, there's a chance that wealth will actually, in a way, slow down. Okay, we will slow down into attracting wealth. Okay, that could be one of the possibilities. Now, another possibility is all the while we've been focusing on the absence of things. Okay, remember, it's always about the presence or the absence. Now, what if all this while we try to manifest or we try to attract, we try to build as much wealth as possible, but somehow we feel that we get into that one step forward, two-step back sort of like situations. Now, why is it so? Is now time for us to look back into whatever that is governing us subconsciously. Are we manifesting things based on fear, the absence of things, okay? Because if you understand, okay, the biggest mistakes of making wealth itself, okay, the biggest mistake of wealth manifestation, into the next slide, is when it is coming from the absence. So if you look at the next slide over here, if now we have so much fear and we keep on focusing on whatever that is absence rather than what is present, okay, it means that we focus on multiplying everything by 0, okay, you get 0. Now imagine if you do the maths, okay, no matter what multiplies by 0, you still get 0. Okay, you multiply 1,000,000, 1,000,000,000, 1,000,000,000,000 to 0, you still get 0. Okay, but once you start multiplying based on whatever we have, the skill, the knowledge, the awareness, okay, right? Whatever little money that we have accumulated, that is one, that's presence of things, that's the yang part of things, okay? That faith, that courage that we have. If we start manifesting on this particular counterpart, right, we keep on multiplying it based on the physical aspects or whatever that's presence. Means we multiply 100 by 1, we get 100. We multiply millions by 1, we got million. So what do you mean now? In normal day-to-day circumstances, I know some of you will be saying that, what do you mean that we are repelling wealth? No, all this while, I've been always wanting more wealth. I want to make more. Now, day-to-day things, whatever we believe is subconscious, we are not aware of it. That's why it's called the yin counterpart. We don't see it. But have you seen actually people, don't talk about money first, talk about people in love, relationship. Now, throughout the whole MCO, everyone is stuck at home, okay? There could be possibilities that people goes into argument, especially when it comes to relationship, husband and wife, boyfriend, girlfriend. Have you ever seen people during an argument, how they actually scream at the top of their lung of like, you know, I do all these things for you is because I love you, at the top of their lung. When you scream and you scold your children, you know how much I love you? When you're scolding them, when you are releasing all this anger and frustration within you, but with that word of how much I love you. Now, try to think about it. Is this statement brings you warm, or is this a cold statement? Again, yin and yang. So a lot of time we use these things. It's like we get frustrated. It's like, when we scold someone, when we scream at the top of our lung as like how much we love the person, there's no love there. That's empty, because all these statements comes out from emptiness, from absence of things, from fear. Okay, in a way that we get into those arguments because we are fearful that we will lose control in that relationship. We are fearful that we will lose control of our children. We are fearful that somehow our children or the people around us will disobey us. When we have these control issues, we have fear, and therefore these words comes about. So whenever we utter these sentences and these words, there is no presence of love or presence of in faith, okay, or courage. It's only based on fear. So the same thing, whenever a person is filled with fear itself, that goes into investments, they go into I need to make more money. I need to use this money to actually quickly go and get more money. The more fear we have within us, without proper conscious awareness, learning, education, okay, right, from proper gurus and all that, the more we actually go into it, the more we will repel the money. All right. So therefore, the biggest mistake of wealth itself, of manifesting it, is when it actually comes from the absence of thing or the fear of thing. So at the end of the day, the next slide here brings us to, remember, at the end of the day, our net worth is very important. Now, at the end of the day, if you actually check back on your net worth, okay, so everything that you own minuses all your debts and your loans, okay, if it's on the positive side, it has a higher chance to put us on a courageous, faithful, peaceful, calm mind to actually invest more, okay, to actually make more money. But let's say if our net worth are highly on the negative side, that is also a very high chance that we will actually be more fearful. I'm not saying that we shouldn't go and get loans, okay? Because by getting loans, like making use of other people's money is the best way, okay, to actually, in a way, invest. But the thing is, as long as we have the strategy, okay, to invest, as long as we have the strategy to actually work the whole thing out, then it will be safe, and we know, and we have the courage and the trust, okay, to, in a way, focus on whatever investment that we started ourselves with, all right? So I hope, because of the time factor and all that, okay, I hope this short little sharings, okay, at least bring some awareness, okay, to how based on astrology, how our conscious and subconscious in a way works, okay. If you feel you want to stay connected with me, do actually scan on the QR code and stay connected with me on my Facebook. Thank you so much and stay safe, everyone.
Thank you so much, Jessie, for that really well put together presentation. You also look great, just a little side note. Now, what is the role of insurance in wealth management? Insurance strategies have gone from being about security to a flexible tool offering immediate tax, investment, and income uses. Now, for the next panel discussion, life protection through insurance and takaful, need or want, let's welcome our panelists. First panelist is Viva Coburn, Group Chief Executive Officer and Executive Director of Manulife Holdings Berhad. Under her pocket, Viva has 30 years in banking, insurance, and management consulting across Asia, Europe, and Australia. We also have Mark Odell, Chief Executive Officer of Life Insurance Association, Malaysia. With 40 years in life insurance, in 2018, Mark was honored with the Outstanding Leaders in Asia Award from Asia Corporate Excellence and Sustainability Awards. Last but not least, we also have Muhammad Azri bin Omar, Chief Executive Officer of Hong Leong MSIG Takaful. He's been in the Takaful industry for more than 20 years, holding leadership positions here and there in business strategy, development, legal, secretarial, Sharia, operations, risk management, and compliance. And of course, our moderator, Lynette Lee. She is the Chief Executive Officer of Financial Planning Association Malaysia, a non-profit with the vision to establish financial planning as a recognized profession. Just a little quick reminder to those tuning in, whether you're at home or your office, if you have any questions for our panelists, do take the time to write down your questions, do post them in the Q&A box or the comment sections. And if you have any questions for our crew members or even our events team, do email us at events@thestar.com.my. Just a quick reminder before we move on is that there is actually a standing contest ongoing for the next 2 days. That's right, all you have to do is tune in for 2 days of the conference, today and tomorrow. And when the time comes, you just have to scan a QR code at the bottom right of the screen when it pops up. And all you have to do is answer 3 simple questions. And the winners will be announced at 12:30 p.m. tomorrow at the end of the conference. Now, before we get started, we really hope that all of you guys are taking safety precautions, staying home, staying masked, staying indoors as much as you can. We understand that in this day and age, a lot of people are stuck at home, but we are so grateful that we are able to join you, those at home, through virtual conferences such as these, such as the Star Wealth Summit 2021. Now, we have a lot of exciting panelists and discussions that are to be continued for the next 2 days, so please stay with us. Now, we do have quite a lot in stores with you in terms of contests, panel discussions, as well as Q&As with our panelists. All you have to do is write in the Q&A box or the comment section. Take it away, Lynette.
Thank you. Thank you, Natasha, and a warm welcome to everyone to this session. Allow me to start with our distinguished panel of panelists for taking time off their busy schedule to share their experience and knowledge with us today. And on behalf of the Life Protection team, I would like to thank the audience for attending this session. In the process of financial planning, life protection money management statistics that was shown earlier in the slideshow in their health protection case, I will take personal insurance to include takaful for protection purposes. The first takaful company in Malaysia started in 1984, whereas the insurance industry started in the 18th century through the British system and was brought under the purview of Bank Negara Malaysia in 1888. Health and protecting lives of families has always and will always be an important component in the personal financial planning, which all good financial planners will allude to. Because only with good health, their clients can continue to earn, provide for their loved ones, and also to achieve their life goals. So the objective of this session is to understand and would be something that you benefit you, how to do it, and how to. So on this note, I would like to get our panelists to share a little bit about their, as well as also their share. To do 3 minutes each. I would like to start with ladies first. Eva.
Thank you very much, Lynette, and as part of this panel. I've been a banker for a long time and worked in digital for coming into insurance. That's been something which, and when I think about where we are evolving to, in experience when credit through the internet. Once upon a time, we'd be very, and someone printed it at the back end and then went back again and called the customer. Then that evolved to actually saying, oh, maybe you can sort of reach in the background and call the customer. Then we decided doing post-log. The UI UX different, and so it evolved in the whole online nowadays. Now, when I think about the parallel, nothing like a credit card, right? It's when you think about the needs, they're different from person to person. What we've seen, of course, is some very plain vanilla kind of, term assurance or maybe some health assurance, which people do look online and they look to. Purchase online. But what we've seen in terms of behavior now is almost 75% of the time when people come in and talk either to agents or to the banks or even look online, there is research done online. And that is very different to perhaps maybe 10, 15 years ago when you'd actually talk to your advisor and the advisor would give you some basics of what life insurance is about. Now, when people actually recognize the need or they hear someone talk about it or health insurance or critical illness cover, they do have the opportunity to go and research online. However, from a purchase perspective and the way the products are coming online, we still have very plain vanilla single person. It could be something like a cancer product, or it could be a specific sort of term insurance or limited insurance. In some like Australia, they almost have a base plan, and you can choose what you need to add and minus. However, underlying all this is that need for advice. What is the right cover for you? What is, and it is our the customer. I think at the stage we're at the stage where we're trying to elegantly move an online to offline kind of process which is still assisted, which is still, in fact, very customer focused. However, we are using the internet and we are using online to facilitate this process. And so a bit, I've been thinking about how do we do this? I think there is Internet of Things coming through. There's a lot of connectivity happening there. There's a question of AI in all these decisions. And I think it's a very interesting and exciting space to watch. Lynette, you're on mute.
Thank you very much, Viva. And that's an interesting account of what is to come. I would like to now ask Mark to share a little bit about your thoughts on the slides that's being shown, as well as your thoughts about being covered and why is it important for people to be covered. Over to you, Mark.
Okay, thank you, Lynette. And good afternoon to everyone. I'm happy to see the topic of protection on the agenda for this Wealth Summit because to me, it's very critical to building wealth. When I hear the term wealth accumulation, to me, I think of financial independence. For most people, financial independence is one of life's most important financial goals. I, however, don't associate financial independence with the traditional term of retirement. To me, financial independence means working because I want to, because I choose to, rather than working because I have to. To achieve financial independence requires a good plan, discipline, and time. And the tricky part is the time. In addition, most of us are not alone in this life journey financial independence. For many of us, for me, that means my wife, Michelle, and my two youngest children, Tilly and Skylar. In terms of my children, I still have one at home, so I have to keep working, right? And I have one in university. For my children, it's important to provide them with the best education. So back to the issue of time. Because we have no certainty of having enough time to complete our plan, specifically, our time can be cut short due to illness, due to premature death, due to disability. Insurance in the form of life, critical illness, and medical insurance are ideally suited to making sure that your savings and investments are not drained For me, I look at to make sure that you cover the risk that you cannot afford to bear out of pocket. For medical insurance, it means I prefer low premiums with a policy that has large deductibles. For life insurance, most Malaysians are seriously underinsured. There's a slide I think I hope you can see it. I just want to draw your attention gap in 2012-2013. So the Life Insurance Association understand what a typical Malaysian household needs for protection we actually have. And so the study was very eye-opening and in some ways alarming because it found that many Malaysian households do not have insufficient insurance coverage to even and the life insurance and medical insurance gap per family in 2012 was, I mean, that just points to the fact that most Malaysians are really seriously underinsured. So you may 10 times your annual income, the type of insurance, term versus. There's no right or wrong. Having the right amount of cover, having enough protection, so that if you run out of time or a critical illness strikes, you and your family.
Mark, that's very interesting. I'd like now to move on to Encik Muhammad Asri. Would you like to share your into Takaful?
Thank you, Ms. Lina. And also the learned panelists, and not to forget to all the audience. So I would like to respond to the moderator's question just now about what 7 years of our existence. Takaful has played the role to provide alternative. Object having Takaful is similar to insurance to make sure that we have the financial safety net to cover our family from the unexpected events, particularly to make sure that the family is well taken care of in terms of the financial need. So what perhaps I would like to share is originally at the beginning age of the introduction of Takaful about 37 years ago, the concern was more of ensuring the people who have the concern about insurance in terms of the values that align or perhaps not align back with their belief. That's where, instead of continue to have concern with insurance, they have the options. I would like to share the experience of the practitioners. I think the same also the observation from my colleagues from the insurance industry that the take-up rate is still low, and we hope to see more people responding to more and more innovative product that we are providing now. Pure protection, the investment link, medical, and also the general insurance per se. So what I can share more a bit perhaps on life protection that covers the family Takaful by terminology, which is still very low as compared to the population of Muslim, which is now 65% out of the 32 million of Malaysian population. We are still seeing around 16% penetration rate, which is far below the insurance. And in overall, the combination of both even at the rate of 50 or perhaps 45 and 40%. We hope to see more Malaysians that they are covered, have the safety net that is available for them in terms of facing the difficulties in life, particularly in the current situation where a lot of concern about the pandemic. So not only to just the alternative for insurance, I think now Takaful has emerged and evolved to be at different level, where we are coming out a lot of innovative product that suit and fit the expectation and
so it's just a few seconds.
Various life status of all the people out there.
Hi everybody, welcome back. Apologies for the slight pause and delay in our panel. We have some technical difficulties ongoing at the studio, but we will be right back as our crew try to rectify the issue. Please stay safe. Thank you. Hi everybody, welcome back to the Star Wealth Summit 2021 live virtual conference. Earlier we were in the middle our insurance panel. Unfortunately, we cut out due to technical difficulties. So we thank you for your patience and apologize once again to our esteemed guests, speakers, panelists, as well as those at home. Now we've rectified the issue, so without further ado, take it away, panelists.
Thank you again, Natasha, and allow me to restart the session by appreciating our distinguished guests and panelists for taking time off their busy schedule to be with us today and share their pearls of wisdom and knowledge, and to the audience for still being with us through this challenging time. And on behalf of the life protection, that's on behalf of the life protection team. Now, in the process of financial planning, life protection comes after managing your funds, your money, all right? So that is why we found this session to be important, because this morning you heard all about how to manage your money, about banking and finance. So based on the statistics that we showed earlier, it shows that Malaysians are undercovered in their health protection in this case. And also, I will take personal health to also include Takafu protection as well. The first Takafu company started in 1984, whereas the insurance industry started in the 18th century through the British system and was brought under the supervision of Bank Negara in 1988. Now, health and protecting lives of families has and will always be an important component in personal financial planning, which all good financial planners would allude to. Because only with good health can we continue to earn, provide for our loved ones, and also achieve the goals that we want to achieve in life. The objectives of this session is to understand and explore whether life protection would benefit you, and if so, in what way, how to do it, and what to expect from the industry moving forward in this ever-changing world. So I'm going to shorten the session a little bit by incorporating my questions together with the sharing of our panelists, so that you are able to catch the glimpse of everything without having to take too much time. So looking at the statistics coming out of the National Health and Mobility Survey earlier, public attitude towards personal health and healthcare as part of managing finances is something that comes to our mind. The next thing is having protection tools to mitigate life's risk, our healthcare costs, as well as protecting our wealth. So is life protection a need or a want for all levels of society? So with that, I would like to start off with Viva to share on what are her thoughts, as well as also her experience. Over to you, Viva. You're on mute.
These are, I think, the famous 3 words which everyone uses. You're on mute most of the year. So thank you very much, Lid, for having me here, and thank you to the Wealth Summit, and delighted to be part of the panel, as I said before. So is it a need or a want, a life insurance need or a want? Very, very interesting questions. And what I'd like to perhaps focus on is our SMEs, or our micro SMEs. 80% of Malaysia, I think, when we think about our GDPs run by SMEs, and micro SMEs are a significant proportion of that. I'm here to say, actually, life insurance makes good business sense. It's not only about protection, but it actually makes, for business decisions. So think about, me as an owner, as an SME, and I'm owner of a small business. I'm in partnership with this other person. I have a son and a daughter. I've taken a small loan to support me on this, and that loan is secured against my home. And so if anything happens, and then, okay, so I'm running a small restaurant. So you can also think about it that, and I've got a good sort of, a chef out there, a good cook out there who actually, has delicious food which comes out, and that's why people come to my restaurant. See, there's 4 facets to this completely. So when you start off with, first say, I've got a small business, and so all the accountability is on me, plus I've got a partner. If anything happens to me, my partner is left with managing the business, most probably with my with my children or with my partner, with my spouse. And she most probably doesn't want to do that. Yeah. So there's already a sense of buy sell. So what do I do to protect that kind of eventuality happening? The second one is I might have taken a small loan against my home. So if anything happens to me, suddenly my family is burdened with this loan or with this debt which they have to pay, but they might not be running the business itself. So here we go. We suddenly find that we need some support against that, some protection against that. So if anything happens to me, at least my loan is paid off. At least my debt is paid off. Thirdly, when I talk about, I've got 2 children. So if something happens to me, what happens? Who should I might want my daughter to proceed with this, to take up my business, but I want to compensate my son. And so how do I do this legacy transfer or wealth transfer? And I know wealth is a big word, but even if it's, even if it's 50,000 or 100,000, I want to be equitable. I want to be equitable to my children. So how do I do that? Again, insurance supports you in doing that. And of course, the time that my cook or the chef in the kitchen is the most important part for my business. If anything happens to her, then what happens to my business? So how do I protect against that? So you can see it actually makes good sound sense. And I'm talking from a business perspective rather than an individual perspective here. But this is a lot of us in Malaysia. That's what you find in terms of, this is very relevant to people. So I wouldn't say it's a nice to have. I would say it makes good business sense. The second part of my sharing was just, and I'd spoken about this before, so apologies if it's a repetition, but talking more about the role of online and how people can actually use the internet to help them through some understanding. 70 to 75% of clients who actually buy insurance, or people who buy insurance, individuals who buy insurance, actually go online first to research it. And so now more than ever, there's information available. However, it tells you what insurance is. We still don't know what is the appropriate insurance for our circumstances, for what we need, and we need our advisors towards that. And you'll find that while there's bespoke insurance simple vanilla sort of insurance available online. So if you want a simple term, a simple cancer product in the life insurance space, it doesn't always, it's not one size fits all. We have seen places like in Australia where they've actually become like a little bit more bespoke. So you have a base plan and you can add and minus as you go along. But again, you still need that advice as to what is the right insurance for you. So this elegance of having an online to offline process where we assist people and individuals are assisted through the internet and through online platforms to get the right protection. That's what's happening now. I'm sure it'll evolve to something more seamless, more connected, while still ensuring that the advice is coming through eventually. And I'm very excited about the space and to look to see where we are going with that. So Lynette, you're on mute.
Thank you so much, Viva. My turn to be on mute. All right. And while you say that it may make business sense, good business sense, but businesses are run by human beings, by people, and they have families, as you rightly stated. So what then would be enough for them in terms of what kind of courage, what do they want to do? So with that one, I want to move over to Mark and ask Mark. Now, for the men in the street, and there's also a question, I'm going to incorporate that also because I think in your sharing, you would probably be able to address that as well. The question that came out is that issue that hinder a person to buy insurance or takaful because the low wage scale in Malaysia. And Encik Azri, I know you can handle that one when we come to you as well. I think you're going to talk about something else. But Mark, take us through how would a person determine how much is enough for themselves, what they need to cover for. Over to you.
Okay, thanks, Lynette. Thanks. First, I just want to give a few comments about wealth accumulation and financial independence. Because becoming financially independent is probably one of life's most important financial goals. And many associate financial independence with retirement. But to me, financial independence doesn't mean that I'm retired, or doesn't have to mean I'm retired, nor does retirement mean that I'm financially independent. And so to achieve financial independence really requires a good plan, discipline, and time. And this is where insurance comes in, because time is a very tricky part of the equation, and you have very little, if no control over having enough time to accumulate enough wealth. In addition, most of us are going through this journey, a life journey to financial independence. We're not alone. For many of us, we have spouse and children. For me, that means my wife, Michelle. For me, financial independence has to include myself and my wife. So back to the time part, right? And then I'll get to the sufficient part. Because there's no certainty of having enough time to complete our plans, specifically, our time could be cut short due to premature death or thrown off track due to illness or disability. Insurance in the form of life, critical illness, and medical are ideally suited to making sure that your savings and investments are not drained from illness or disability or cannot be completed because of early death. Sufficient insurance coverage to even last 5 years after the death of one of the income earners. So there's a big concern that that most Malaysians don't have enough cover. And to Lynette's point, right? Buying an amount of life insurance, right, and trying to figure out how much one needs depends on the individual's very specific situation, right? It really depends on what kind of liabilities you have, how much income is needed to complete your plans and to keep your surviving family in the same lifestyle, whether you want to fulfill your plans to save for your children's education. All those things come into play. You tally all those up and you subtract the assets that you might have, the insurance that you might have, and what is left is additional insurance, if any, that you might need. Now, you can go a simpler route. There's a rule of thumb that everyone, especially when you have dependents at home, should have at least 10 times their annual income in terms of, sorry. A bit of noise there from my printer. This is really not a very technically good example of having a virtual conference, right? Rule of thumb is that you have a minimum sum assured equal to 10 times your annual income. There's also a lot of debate about the type of life insurance, term insurance versus whole life versus universal life, investment linked. And there's no real right or wrong. It depends on your preferences and your competing priorities. The most important thing is having the right amount of cover, having enough protection, so that if you run out of time or a critical illness strikes, your plans for you and your family can still be completed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mark. That was very interesting, and it tells a person that you do not need to buy whatever amount that is being stated, but you need to look at your personal circumstances and based on that. So now, I'm going to go over to Encik Muhammad Asri, because takaful is fairly new in Malaysia compared to insurance, but it's still nevertheless an important tool to be used for those who wants to be Sharia compliant. Encik Asri, take us a little bit through a little about takaful, and also I would like you to address the question that came through in regards to low income and protection. Over to you, Encik Asri.
Thank you, Lynette, and good afternoon to everyone. So takaful has started about 37 years ago with, I think, for a decade of 10 years, I think we just have one takaful operator. But now we have 11 family takaful operators and 4 general takaful operators. So with that, we have all in 15. So I'm happy to see that from that span of 37 years now, I think we captured about 16% of the population in Malaysia, where the balance of what makes up to 45 and 50% around that is actually coming from insurance. So originally when we started to have insurance, I think the emphasis was more of addressing the concerns that particularly held by Muslims or people who have belief or concerns in relation to the formation of the insurance. But now all have been addressed, and as good as whatever is available in Takaful now are Sharia compliant and without any more concerns that previously was there. So in respect of addressing the need, like what being mentioned by my colleague Mark just now, it applies to everyone, but it goes with the need of each individual, depending on the current income and also what to project to support the family. Hence, the varieties of the product, like what insurance has, is also available in Takaful. So, in relation to the point that Lynette mentioned, whether the issue of not having enough residual incomes, perhaps if I may term that way, to acquire insurance or Takaful, now I think it's not the case anymore. I think the efforts of the insurance and Takaful, in order to make sure that we provide products that cover or fit into the affordability level of various walk of life of the people in Malaysia, I think it's already there. So to be a little bit more specific, I think some concerns perhaps other than the concern about the principles around the insurance. Now I think the concern of not having enough awareness and not having enough understanding about what is Takaful and what is insurance, or what are both, to be more complete about it. I think it's still having the stigma of it is expensive, it is too complicated, it is perhaps difficult to get the benefits once you get it, and also no transparency. But I would like to emphasize that we are well regulated by Bank Negara, and I think we have gone through various levels of evolution now. We are more transparent than before, and I think that there is enough regulation to make sure that the what is being provided in the contract is being delivered accordingly once the eligibility are well triggered by the event happen. So coming back to the point whether we have the product that fits to the people who fall under the bracket of low income earners, I think since a few years back we already come out with perlindungan tenang, which is very simple, straightforward, as low as 50 ringgit per year, and also available through a very easy accessible channel of digital. So I think you can log on and visit the website of all the Takaful operators and insurers which are providing that cover. I think now you can also check through the association websites of Liam and MTA. You will find that there are numerous of products that will fit various level of people in terms of the income. So with that, I think insurance and Takaful are around us. I think it's time to be more aware that everybody needs insurance. Thank you.
Lynette, now it's your turn. You're muted.
Sorry. Okay, too excited. I'm coming back to Aris again to ask you this question, which has always been asked by a lot of people who have bought insurance much earlier. And then with the advent of Takaful, they are concerned about being Sharia compliant. So for this group of people, they could have been older now. Maybe they have a few sicknesses that doesn't make it very attractive for them to be insured or be reinsured. How do we help this group of people? What can they do? Over to you, Astri.
Thank you. I think it's a very practical question, and I have bumped into this question a few times already. But I think to make it simple, what is the key is every individual that has the intention of switching from insurance or takaful, I think the chance is always there. But my advice, and I think which is very valid advice, if all the financial planners can practice this, make sure that the migration of life insurance into takaful for that individual need will not add on to the burden, because the objective of having the takaful or insurance is actually to ease your financial capability or financial support in terms of certain eventualities happen. So if you are providing advice, make sure that the intention is clear and the effect and the consequence of switching is also perhaps will add on to the commitment of that individual. So you have to disclose and make sure the individual decide if they really want to discontinue the insurance and switch to takaful. It has to be well assessed, and I think the key is not to add on the burden, but to provide more solutions that fits into what they are concerned about. So I think that is my response to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jasri. So what you're saying here, just to reframe what you've said, is actually is in the individual, but it is the job of the insurance professional, be they financial advisor reps or agents, to give full information so that they can make informed decisions. Is that right?
Correct. Yes,
okay.
Correct.
I think we have another question, an interesting question. It says the protection gap is almost 10 years old. Do you have a more recent data? I think it warrants a study. It's Liam Planning one. So, Mark, I think this question is for you.
Yeah, thanks, Lynette. Well, I mean, yes, the study is 8 years old, but especially if you look at the penetration in Malaysia has only increased marginally during that period of time, and also even though one may have increased their coverage because of inflation and increasing incomes, the needs may have also increased. But I take it as a good suggestion to maybe look at updating the study. But I think the study is still relevant, and the bigger picture is that most Malaysians have an inadequate amount of cover.
Okay, thank you so much, Mark. Viva, just this question is for you. There is a saying that to have some form of coverage is better than not at all. What are your thoughts on that? Although I know we have been saying that a lot of people are undercovered, but between no insurance versus having some form of coverage, what are your thoughts on this?
So that's a great question, actually, because I also saw the question which Encik Azri just answered before about affordability. I think it's a question of at least starting the discipline. I think making sure you have the discipline of thinking this way in terms of protection and whatever you can afford at that stage. So if you always want to, have the best coverage and the best sort of, protection for your family and we can't afford it, it's better to do something rather than nothing at all. It is, at these times especially, and the value and the benefit of it, I think a lot more people are saying that is having some sort of protection, some sort of support during these times has been better than none. So I mean, it's not only because I'm in the industry, by the way. I was in banking before, so I can tell you when I came into insurance, I was seriously underinsured. And I'd never realized it. And I consider myself financially very savvy. And I hadn't, while I was thinking about wealth, I hadn't thought about that little part which I needed to set aside to make sure that there was protection for the future and that I had planned for the future. And so I realized also that if I'd been younger, it would have been cheaper for me to get it. So I should have started it at an earlier age. And so that kind of, I think that kind of discipline always does help. And as you go along, when you can afford it, actually to supplement is always useful.
Very good. So start planning now, and as you grow in terms of your income, you can always look to adjust. I think we have time to do one more question, and this question is, as mentioned by a few of the panelists, penetration rate of Muslims and even Malaysians taking insurance or takaful product are relatively low. Why is that? Is that because they're just not interested, don't have financial literacy, or product premiums are beyond financial capabilities? I think Asri has already addressed part of that, and so has Mark. But I wanted to go back to Mark and perhaps talk a little bit about product premium.
Okay, Lynette, thanks. First, I think when you look at penetration rate, the penetration rate has a direct correlation to the economic development and economic status of the country, right? So Malaysia being still a developing country, maybe on the higher end of the developing scale, it's not surprised that the penetration would be lower than some of the more developed counterparts, right? So as the country develops, as awareness increases, as income increases for the population, then more income is available to spend on purchasing protection. And I'm glad Lynette asked the question about affordability, because I think there's a lot of misconception in the marketplace about insurance being affordable or not affordable. Asri already mentioned the fact that Perlindungan Tunang is available, which is very basic but important term insurance coverage for as little as 50 ringgit a year, right? And really, when you look at the starting point, of course, is how much do I need? And then the next question is how much a premium can I afford, or am I willing to set aside to meet that need, right? That will drive the type of insurance that you should look at. But the bottom line is that term insurance, which is pure protection, is very affordable, and is not well understood by consumers. So for as little as 50 ringgit a year, as little as, say, hundreds of ringgit a year, you can go a long way to meeting your insurance needs.
Thank you so much. And I think our time is kind of short, but I want to leave with one last question to all panelists, and I hope you take a few minutes to just address it. We are now going through a pandemic, things that we are unprepared for. So the question will be, will pandemic coverage such as COVID-19 be a permanent feature from here on? Maybe I will start with Encik Muhammad Arif. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, thank you. I think that is a very relevant question, very closely at heart of everyone. Yes, pandemic is currently out of the normal cover of insurance. But anyway, I think as the main concern of it, because every insurance is in consideration of some contribution or premium for insurance, right? And the data will actually be providing the basis for insurance to know what to charge and what consideration to collect from the customers in order to provide the cover. So as now we are already progressing to more than a year, being in the state of facing and fighting against the pandemic, I think we are building more and more data for us to be enhancing our cover. I'm positive that there will be something for this as a permanent measure soon. But for now, it's still on the way. But besides that, I think for policies that cover death, I think the death caused by COVID is already available as one of the features. So that's my response to your question. Thank you.
Viva?
So this is very interesting, right? So this time last year, or even in March last year, if anyone had told us that we would be in a lockdown in Malaysia in June of 2021, I think all of us would have just said, no way. I mean, by now we'd have had the vaccine, herd immunity. There is no way this was going to happen, right? So it is very hard to actually say, well, will you include pandemic in insurance? Because we don't know what that means and what that entails. I mean, this is a 1 in 100 year. The last one was the Spanish flu, over 100 years ago. So to price something which we don't really understand, and we don't have any data into a policy, and ask everybody to actually pay that extra just in case something happens, 60 years or 70 years down the line. And hopefully it doesn't happen every 5 years or 10 years, right? I mean, that's something all of us have to truly believe in. I don't think it is the right sort of it's the right sort of expectation of our customers. But that said, something which I've been very proud, and I think Mark's been leading this with some of the other our associations, where possible, and individual insurers are doing the same thing. So not only through Liam, but also ourselves. So I know, for example, we set aside separate funds for testing, separate funds for wherever we could to actually supplement, even though it was not required by contractually, but to supplement and support insured. And so I think in that way, I think the whole industry and community has risen to that. And where possible, make sure we are being true to what we are here for. However, to completely cover something which would have, this would, for a 2-year pandemic, for example, would be, I think, prohibitive. But like Encik Azri said, maybe there is something which, when you think about this, what happens when this happens in future? And maybe there are some options where customers can opt into something which would be priced in and which would cover that. But I must admit, at this stage, we are just focused on supporting the community and supporting our policyholders as much as possible.
Thank you so much, Viva. And Mark?
Yeah, thanks. I echo the comments from Asri and Viva. The idea of a pandemic and why it's often excluded is that by definition, pandemics are infrequent. They're very severe, and they're unpredictable. So this goes to the points made by both speakers previously, right? About needing more data, needing more understanding. Now, having said that, there has been some calls in different parts around the globe that there's a need for a public-private partnership to actually address situations like this, because there's no one stakeholder, right? It can't be the hospitals, it can't be the insurers, it can't, as you can see, it can't always rely on the government because they have limits to their resources. So I know from Liam's point of view, we'll be very interested to engage with stakeholders going forward to see if there could be such a public-private partnership that could actually better address the needs of our insureds in cases of pandemic. And so also just on terms of cover, I think what you're seeing now is some limited forms of cover coming out, and I think you'll see more of that, so insurers, their appetite for risk is, you can address those factors of being infrequent, unpredictable by limiting the amount of risk that you take. So I think that we will see more of that. But I think, as we've learned in this pandemic, right, it's just bigger than all of us, and it will need all stakeholders to come together to address it.
Thank you so much, Mark. And to close off this session, I would like the audience to think about it. Protection is a tool to help us, but ultimately, we ourselves will have to help ourselves, as Mark rightly said, all stakeholders. And that is why having emergency money is equally important, so that when things happen, you have that money to use immediately, while all the tools financial tools that you have comes in to help you. So with that, once again, thank you for your patience and being with us. Thank you, my distinguished panelists, and to staff for hosting this. So goodbye and have a good life. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much to our panelists, Lynette, Viva, Mark, and Azri, for the great discussion, as well as bearing with us throughout our technical difficulties. We'd like to thank again all of you watching at home or your offices for staying with us till the very end of the first session of Star Wealth Summit 2021 live virtual conference. So later in the afternoon, we will be covering some pressing matters regarding Malaysian property landscape on real estate track presentation. We also have presentations by industry experts from FIABCI, which will be kicking off this afternoon after our little break, followed by a panel discussion by a lineup of senior business leaders from Radar Institute, PEPS Malaysia, PropTech Association, and Skybridge International. If you need any assistance from us, please don't hesitate to email us at events@thestar.com.my. @outbreak.my. I'm signing out, but this page will remain live and open for the next 10 minutes. So should you want to say anything or interact with anyone, feel free to do so. A reminder to all of you attendees, do stand a chance to win 2,000 ringgit cash prize. All you need to do is stay with us till the very end of this 2-day conference and answer 3 simple questions. All you have to do is scan the QR code at the bottom left of your screen and answer all the questions correctly. Now, entries with correct answers will be pooled and a winner will be selected from the pool on the second day, which is tomorrow at 12:30 p.m. Thank you, and I look forward to see you later this afternoon at 2 p.m. See ya!